Hello, Tom. Hello, Spooky. What up, Analog? Is this Trubs GBT? Dude, one day we'll have Trubs GBT. What up? What up? What up? Good morning. Good morning. Glad to see you're doing it all okay. Yeah, sorry for being a little late, guys. I appreciate y'all sliding in. Some shit hit the fan, so I had to take some quick request. It took a little while, but we Gucci. Hopefully we can get this done by today. How's everybody doing today? Welcome, welcome. How things be? Yes, sir. We are doing things be. Oh, dang. That's what I like to see. I hope you're ready, chat. I'm gonna do it quick. Because I'm not doing so hot. I ain't gonna joke it with you, chat. I ain't gonna sugarcoat it. I ain't doing so hot today. So we're gonna burst through like Super Saiyan 3, okay? Still got 1 hour left to work. Amen. I hope your work goes smoother than butter biscuits. All right. Because I am about to show you real work. Yep. It's time for summer Mordred surfing time, Dio. Daddy. Is that how that goes, friend? Hmm? This sure is gonna be rough. I just got home. Hey, welcome home, Dante. Big preach, big preach. Hello, everybody. I hope you're doing well. Let me drink some water real quick, and we're gonna go straight to reading. I ain't gonna lie. We are. Okay. So here's the Takeuchi Nasu interview. If you guys don't know, we've already gotten the TLDR. If you guys are curious, make sure you go check out those videos. This will be the more quote-unquote intensive variant. Did I put those up already? I actually don't know if I did. I'm just like so blanked out of my mind that I did. Okay. So give me one moment here. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Okay, so I did all this. Good, good, good. Now let me just throw that in there. Don't have to worry about it ever again. I think I got it off. I didn't. I have to just get on that today. Oh. What's happening? Just give me a second. I'm just making sure I've uploaded all the videos that I've uploaded. And just kind of preparing a segment so I can translate it right away. I mean, not translate it, like video. Like, give my video out right away. Before I start, any questions so far? Because I will start. Once I start, I am not stopping. All right, let me get this drink. Let us begin. Mic test, mic test. Test, test, test. You guys can hear me all right? Chat 1, chat 2, chat 3. Thank you guys so much for the follow. Big Parish. Make sure you guys like, comment, and subscribe. Welcome! Today we're going to be happening the Kinoko Nasu Takeuchi Big FGO 10th anniversary interview. We're going to be talking about major spoilers from all the way through the entire story, so do be careful, okay? It will have major spoiler alerts, so before I start, you have been warned. We're going to be talking about Phantasm Moon, which is from Christmas, Double Christmas, into Ordeal Call 4, into the summer event, into the final thoughts on Nasu. We've got more videos, and each of them will be segmented, so do not miss out. All right, so without further ado, let us begin. So, Phantasm Moon. One year earlier than anticipated. Who's going to be our Santa this year? So the interviewer specifically asked, 10th year has arrived. Now, how do you all feel? Nasu specifically goes, it says, the feeling is it's been quite long, right? Nagakatta na, right? Very long. Kiri no yoi, it says simultaneously, very nice turn, right? Really nice turnaround to able to spend the 10th anniversary, and I am quite happy. In all my honesty, I definitely did not have a vision to how long we could continue this. 正直なところ、いつまで続けるのか明確なビジョンはなかったので、続いちゃったというのが本音ではあります。ユーザーの皆さんの期待に応えるよう、ガラム社に走った10年でもありました。It says, yeah. Mr. Nasu specifically stated, to be perfectly honest, we had zero vision. We did not have a staked vision, right? AKA a clear vision, how long we could continue this. But in all honesty, we were able to continue it, and that's the cold hard facts. Due to it says, yeah, and then Mr. It says Nasu specifically says the fact that we were able to answer the user's expectations, we ran this 10-year willy-nilly, not willy-nilly, more like Garamusha. It's a move in Pokemon, right? Where you see it's kind of like not struggle busting it, but more like they were able to quote unquote how do I explain that perfectly? Like crazy, right? Like it's essentially, it wasn't a perfect run, it wasn't in the perfect pace, it was a 10-year of just running, right? 10 years of just running, and it was running all over the place, but we were able to run 10 years. 10年も続けられたのは、それだけ信頼を得て支えられたということも感じています。本当にありがたく誇らしく思っています。So, TLDR, Nasu says here is that it felt very long. The fact that we were able to make a 10th anniversary like this makes me really happy. In all honesty, we didn't have a clear vision of how long we could have kept this up. But the fact is that we were able to continue it. In order to answer the expectations of the user base, we were running this marathon like crazy, right? Like all over the place for about 10 years. And then Takeuchi says, because we were able to continue for 10 years, because of the trust was there for us, and because of the trust was in us, and we were supported by the fan group, we sincerely feel that to our hearts. Truly, I am thankful and prideful of what we have accomplished. Right. So essentially, Takeuchi is saying the reason why we were able to continue this for about 10 years is because we had that much trust, because we had that much quote unquote people trusted us for this long, and due to the fact that they supported us for this long. And he feels that for certain, and he sincerely feels it, and he is also proud that he was able to do this, right? Mr. 2, not Mr. 2, I don't know why I said Mr. 2. Interviewer, I don't know, yeah. Interviewer specifically asked, 最大の場所である野鳥である最小に向けた年ということで、やはりここまでも忙しいでしょうか? It says, yeah, you've got the final location, the largest location at final chapter. This is an entire year going to that final chapter. Has it been busier than ever before? So, Nasu answers, when it comes to the scenario side of things, we have a lot of things to quote unquote, accomplish. Simultaneously, the proper word would be here is supervise, right? So essentially, when it comes to a lot of the scenario side of things, I have to supervise more than ever. And on the art side of things, it's going to be hell, right? AKA a lot, due to the final chapter. 開発としては、周年に向けた大きな動きがあり、そこに10年が重ねまして、ゲームもリアルイベントもどちらも過去最大に盛り上げたいという思いがあるので、かなり密なスケジュールになっています。So, Nasu gave it a simple answer. It says, when it comes to scenario supervision, very much, right? Very much, very busy simultaneously in the art directions and art side of things. Also very busy. Takeuchi says, as a development side, the move towards the final chapter was a large decision to do. And on top of this large maneuver, right? On top of this large maneuver for us to walk towards the final chapter, the 10th anniversary overlapped it. Game side and the real event side, we want to hype it up. Yeah, we want to make it hype it up as best as we can ever done. So essentially, Takeuchi is saying that this 10th anniversary, both game-wise and IRL event-wise, they want to make it the most exciting thing, that they want to hype it up than ever before, right? Ever, in the past, blow out the past shenanigans. And so when it comes to scheduling, we are quite, in emergency mode, quite tight, quite precise and quite busy in our scheduling. 10年目の中で印象に残っているストーリーやイベントがあれば教えてください. It says now that we're in the 10th anniversary, right? Please tell us the stories or events that have left a hard impression for you, if you could, please. Excluding what I have supervised, right? Excluding what I have specifically supervised, the surprising part was definitely Dante's event, which I believe it is the Valentine's Day event, is what Nasu is specifically saying. So it was a very surprising factor of, even I said, wow, this person did a really great job making this event. Dante, right? He was supposed to be on the ruler side of things, and he came in as an early character, aka he said Dante was supposed to be utilized in Ordeal Call 4, but he came in early due to the fact of the White Day event, right? And the concept plot of the White Day was that we were going to introduce Dante and show the character's love and how amazing he is without spoiling the Ordeal Call 4 was the concept, and we wanted to make that happen, and that's the prompt we asked the writers and the creators to do. If you read the whole thing, and if you read the whole thing and if you enjoy it, it's roughly about an hour and a half worth of movie, topic-wise, but it's so beautifully rounded up. Like, it's beautifully wrapped up very nicely. And after the finishing of the event, a lot of the user base really enjoyed no. When it says ruler, they're talking about Ordeal Call 4. They're talking about 4 Ordeal Call 4. So it's essentially, I'll TLDR this when I'm finished with the entire story. So it says, after reading this, a user base liked Dante a lot more. So for the ruler arc, which is Ordeal Call 4, I believe it was a great stepping stone, in my opinion. So Nasu specifically says that here that he is very surprised that the White Day event, right after the Valentine's Day event, of the Dante's quote unquote early coming as a pretender, it was a surprising, surprisingly great event. He was supposed to be in the Rulers arc, which I'm gonna say AKA Ordeal Call 4 from now, because he says it as a Rulers arc, because Ordeal Call 4 is about rulers. So from here on out, it's gonna be Ordeal OC4, Ordeal Call 4. And so he was a early character for Ordeal Call 4, right? And the concept was they wanted to introduce Dante as a character without spoiling Ordeal Call 4 and show characters love and their affection and how great he is. And then he specifically says the entire event roughly around takes about like an hour and a half worth of movie script-ish. But Nasu was surprised that it really just beautifully wrapped up and, you know, had a nice little ending there. And after you read it, I'm glad that the user base, right, enjoyed Dante, and it was a great stepping stone to bring him into the Ordeal Call 4. Takeuchi answers it very simply. He says, I agree. Definitely gave me feelings. Chotto horotto. It means that it made him cry a little bit, right? Just a little tear. So the interviewer specifically says here, Mr. Nasu, you're always giving praise. You also said the same thing last year as well. And Nasu answers, it says CBC, aka Karadea Boys, from here on out, it's going to be called White Day, right? CBC equals White Day. When it comes to White Day events, it's always kind of in a very, like, you know, reckless and impossible task. It's always a quote unquote very reckless or difficult, right? Unreasonable, I think that's the better word, because you can't use any specific maps to tell stories. There is no additional materials, or you can't use specific maps to give story, and you can only use a pickup servant to tell a specific story about the White Day event. And while binding the writers to come up with a story with these tough conscriptions, the fact that we're able to see an artist at work every year makes me feel very emotional and very, what's the word? He's motivated. Guttokimasu, meaning that he feels motivated, he feels energized, he appreciates the art that the artist that gets in charge is able to pull off every time. It says, just because there is a lack of materials and lack of substance that we can provide to them, we do not want the White Day event to be a boring thing. It says, within the constricted and restricted amount of limitations that are provided, to witness such amazing story, right? To be able to see the plot, aka the event, unfold like this, as a quote-unquote supervisor, right? As a supervisor writer, or lead writer, right? Supervisor / lead writer, I am nothing but happy. It says, yeah, whenever it comes to Ordeal Call 4 and anniversary types of events, there's a lot of materials on top of on top of stories, so it's only natural that it gets more exciting, right? And so Nasu is kind of saying that White Day event is kind of those like little bit it's not super exciting because it's not like lotto level of worth materials, and like not a lot of people go super hard on like clearing the shop left and right during the White Day events. And because White Day event has such a strict restrictions on like what type of character that they have to use, which means that they do have to use to pick up servants. The fact that with all these kind of binds and restrictions set onto them, the fact that the other writers and a lot of storytelling is still be able to be beautifully portrayed, Nasu gets very like excited and happy in the fact that he sees art, right? Artist at work. He always says, like a worker, right? Well, it's artist, right? It's a artist at work. And because we don't want CBC, aka the White Day event, to be boring. And so as a lead writer, he's quite happy that people are able to pull that off. And then kind of explains what are the few reasons why people do ordeal calls and why people do anniversary year events and swimsuit events and lotto events is because you will get materials on top of good story. So it's natural to get interesting. And then Takeuchi specifically goes, speaking of limited amount of resources, able to come up with an idea battle to make it more interesting. I believe, quote unquote, that is the developers' joy, right? Developers' joy, but it's explained as like a bittersweet sour. It means that like it's the hardship, but it's the sweetness of the nectar of the result that comes out of, right? Then speaking of that, speaking of the quote unquote joy and the quote unquote the effort that you put in on these idea battles with a limited amount of resources, Takeuchi mentions the Phantasm Moon event is definitely one of them as well. So, Nasu answers, by the way, the Phantasm Moon event, which was the second Christmas event, it was supposed to be plotted this year, 2025, by the way. So essentially, Nasu said, by the way, Phantasm Moon event was supposed to be a 2025 Christmas event. So that means we're missing a Christmas event somewhere, somehow. So the interviewer specifically asked, why did it change its date to 2024 release date? Nasu answers here. It says, if we were to announce the Christmas during the timing of the final chapter, it's too close and it's kind of in the way. Yes, 終章と近いタイミングで開発しても仕方がないですからね。So Nasu says the timing is too close to the final chapter, so it would have been in the way, right? So last year we just finished Ordeal Call 3 and everything was calmed down, and because it was all calmed down after the Ordeal Call 3, we really didn't have any big main story in the afterwards. And so we came up with the idea. We came up with the idea is because we have no main story, we go for the double Christmas. And while putting our efforts to creating Rohi and Abby to be emotionally touching event, right afterwards, which by the way, that was the first Christmas, right? Right afterwards, we will do a end of the year, end of the year Bing Chillin', right? AKA end of the year, 1 week of just enjoying Phantasm Moon and just kind of lazy off. So yeah, it's essentially in the highlighted line here. It says after the Abby's event, right? The Abby Welfare / Rohi Christmas event is over. They wanted the end of the year event, which lasted about 1 week, which was about Phantasm Moon, which was also a raid. The Nasu and the others wanted the player base to feel a little bit lazy and enjoy New Year's. And essentially, Takeuchi says, tell you the truth. This project or this event was actually very difficult. Because it was an event comes right after Christmas. And New Year's, we needed this something fluffy or enjoyable to carry us all the way to the actual New Year's Eve. We wanted a player's base to enjoy that. And so we started to throw ideas. And a lot of ideas has been thrown. However, in the final words, in the end, we went with Nasu's idea. And Nasu's idea was, let's ring the bell of the cat, right? The Neko, aka Neko Arco, but it's spelling Neko as a cat. And when that idea came by, a lot of people says that sounds very fun, and we went with this idea. It says, yeah, after all, Nasu specifically dates, right? December 31st. It's going to be played out until December 31st after all. I wanted the player base to ring the quote unquote the bell, right? Ring the New Year's bell, right? Ring the bell on New Year's Eve as much as they could, aka raid. After all, Neko Arc is a soul, right? Neko Arc is the soul of Massly World Desires, right? If you don't know, Neko Arc is essentially Nasu is suggesting that Neko Arc is the soul of the masses, aka Neko Arc is what we want, slash Neko Arc is the world, as it always is and should be. So the interviewer specifically says, Mr. Nasu, I felt, Mr. Nasu, you once said, you once said multiple times before that you wanted everybody to re-experience the final singularity chapter, aka chapter 1, right? Chapter 1, final singularity chapter, one more time. So while I was playing the raid, I was thinking to myself, is this event what he was talking about? And I was laughing myself out loud while farming the raid. All right, so essentially the interviewer is saying, Mr. Nasu, you mentioned a lot that you wanted one more experience of the final, aka Temple of Time raid. And so whenever I was doing the raid, I was thinking, this must be it. And I was laughing while I was farming. So Nasu specifically says, to be honest with you, it was unexpected for myself as well to ring the bell, aka to beat Neko Arc that much. It was so fun. Perhaps it's because of the BGM's power. And I believe I believe it must be the work of the monstrous acting, right, aka voice acting and animation acting of Neko, both Hasegawa and Ikumi, which both explains that both Neko Arc and Phantasm Moon, right, the quote unquote the small cat and the large cat, which is the Arcuid, right, Phantasm Moon Arcuid. And so Nasu's saying, it says, it was very unexpected, right, for to beat the crap out of Neko Arc to be so exciting. It's perhaps because of the power of the music and because of the acting of both the Neko Arc's voice actor and Phantasm Moon's voice acting as well. 1年早く出したというお話がありましたが、ということは京野さんとは so it says, you specifically has stated, right, the interviewer has asked the question. You have specifically stated that you've released this Christmas 1 year earlier than before. Does that mean, do we have a Christmas event this year? Nasu answers it directly. No. There will be no Christmas event this year. There will be no Christmas event before the final chapter. That is why we had the double Christmas event. So confirmed chat, 2025 does not have a Christmas event. Obviously, wanted final chapter, and so we are focusing on final chapter. As Nasu have stated, they didn't want to throw Christmas before final chapter because it would have been redundant. So they did a double Christmas one year. The interviewer now goes, speaking of Phantasm Moon, the second ascension of Phantasm Moon, what was the reasoning of her becoming a VTuber? Can you explain us that? It says, we decided on creating a space Phantasm Moon. And that was our decision. We're going to make Phantasm Moon that was space. But we really never had the idea or thought process or even imagined of what was Arcuid or Arc, right? What was Arcuid Arc alien, right? Alien form / space form of Arc. And so I thought to myself, why don't she think of herself? Why don't I think of myself as an alien and sell myself as being an alien being? And why don't I just become a VTuber on top of it? That is the decision we went for. Takenashi-san, yo, fucking. Takenashi-san によるアンソロジー漫画 Take Moon. Okay. So the reason why we came up with the VTuber idea is because I remember it was Mr. Takenashi, Takenashi's idea that I took from memory and implemented in. So interviewer asked essentially why VTuber in the Phantasm Moon, aka Pretender Arcuid, Sailor Moon style, Ascension 2. Why is she a VTuber? Nasu answers, whenever we try to came up with a space Phantasm Moon, we really had no idea. So we come to the conclusion that she was going to think herself that she's an alien. And as an alien, she's going to be a VTuber and sell herself as such. And that's kind of went with the conclusion. The VTuber idea definitely came from Takenashi. And if you don't know who Mr. Takenashi is, this person is literally in charge back in the day, like 10, 15 years ago, created like Fake Carnival, right? And other joke anthology of Tsukihimes and Melty Bloods, and one of the ideas that was created was Sailor Moon Arcuid, aka Phantasm Moon. So Nasu says the idea was definitely because of this guy's idea back in the day, came into my memory, and we utilized VTuber aspects with that. Uh 第2サイリーの姿は可愛いしですし、配信中のコメントも面白かったですね。So it says, season 2, not season 2. Ascension, the interviewer asked, Ascension 2 looked very cute. And simultaneously, during her live streams, right, during the event, the comment section were also quite hilarious. And so those comment section, Nasu answers in this comment sections, it's definitely a lot of the servants that witnessed the live stream and gave advice as much as they wanted. I've asked the writer group, right, aka the writers group and the writers gang, right, essentially the writer section. Like, I asked a lot of people that if you want to comment and have that comment be on the comment section, let me know. And we had, quote unquote, a list of it.実際にイブバース時空のアルクで存在しないのでしょうか。シエルに対抗したアルクが私もスペースになるというコンセプト。だから、最初の設定ではフォーレナーとしてやってくる予定でした。そこでデザインが2、3回転して、最終的にはプリテンダーになりました。つまり、スペースファンタムムーンはいません。スペースアーキタイプアースはいない。So, interestingly enough, right? By the way, in the universe world, right, the quote-unquote space universe world, does space Arcuid exist? AKA, does Arcuid in the universe timeline exist? Nasu specifically answered, the concept was supposed to be at first to fight against CL, and Arcuid saying, I want to be space if she can be space. And so at the very first, she was supposed to be a foreigner class. But design changes of 2 or 3 times occurred. And in the very last decision, we made her into a pretender. Meaning that there is no space Phantasm Moon. And then the interviewer asks, what about space archetype Earth? And then Nasu answers, no. It says, yeah, don't exist. So funny little questions with a one comment answer. Very cool. Inspired by Sailor Moon when Nasu versus the perfect serviceable magical girl story. Like, what are you talking about? Are you talking about like Ilya and other shenanigans? I mean, like, it was back in the day when Sailor Moon was pretty late. We're talking about like 15 plus 20 years ago. Okay, this was before Ilya like was being a magical girl, if I remember correctly. Like, this is before Type Moon got her Ilya series. But don't get it also twisted. That idea was also during, you know, Fate Stay Night, Phantasm Carnival, and other anthologies as a joke as well. So it was kind of there too, but it was also inspired by Sailor Moon as well. If you look at Space Arcuid, right, aka Phantasm Moon, the animation, the changing animation style is 100% Sailor Moon. And on top of that, the way she say things is also Sailor Moon-ish. But I wouldn't be understandable to be like, hey, is that part of Ilya, magical girl Ilya? And yes, it could be. But that concludes part 1 of quote unquote answering Mr. 2 and I always say Mr. 2. It's Nasu and Takeuchi's comment section. We're going to be talking about the Lilith versus MASH rivalry experience and how it was started in the next video. So make sure you guys like, comment, and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next video. Peace. All right. Jesus. All right. Let me quickly read this one and then特に印象に残っているサーバントを教えてください。待ちに待ったパラディーンだったので マシですね。配布の SSR のようなものだから、コストを抑えて、モーションやアニメを置き換えかと思ったら、モリモリモリ作ってくれと言うてもう嬉しいですね。ファンタズムーンに動かしていて楽しくて、印象に残っています。竹内さんいかがでしょうか？今年だとやはりリリースですね。うんうん。キャラクターの発生するとき、通常な設定を固めてから、このキャラクターだったら、この方にと指名を信頼することが多いんですよ。ただ、設定と噛み合わず、なかなか発注に踏み切れないこともあって、自分はリリースのデザインを担当していただいたニピーさんの絵がすごく好きで、いつか何かをお願いしたいというチャンスが伺っていたのですが、総書を読んでリリースが登場することになった時に今だと言いました。なるほど。ニピピーさんのキャラクターデザインを担当したことがないというお話だったので、初めては本当に、ご佐藤エンディ、quote unquote, completely lost it. 本当にご佐藤、奇襲か。苦労されていましたが、だんだん終点が合っていて、最終的にとてもいいキャラクターになりましたね。そういう変化していくということがやってある程度にやってできたですね。So yeah, this one's going to be a quick chapter, which is good. We'll have a quick chapter here. Ordeal Call, Passion Lip Swimsuit, and damn. Straight fucking jork in it. Holy fuck. Oh my god. Fate Extella 3? Nani? That's funny. There is a Fate Extra 3, but because FGO started, I can't do it. That's funny. So I got about, what, one? Oh my god. So just entire page of swimsuit and other shenanigans. Entire Kadok story. And Olga Marie Ifs. Swimsuit comedy. And final comment. Okay. Wow, so fucking part 3, part 2, 3, 4. Part 4, part 5 is gonna be a bitch. Okay, let's do it. You're amazing. Hey, no, you are amazing. Hey, make sure you guys like, comment, and subscribe. Make sure you guys are typing in chat. YouTube and Twitch are being weird because if you're not interacting in my chat, you are not a viewer. You're a bot. You're a robot if you're not typing anything in my chat. So make sure you bust out an emo, say hi to me, anything to make sure that the bots know that you ain't no fucking robot. How you doing, Nikai? Like, hey, Space Arc is cool. Subscribe. That's right. For a bottom, amen. That's all it takes. I appreciate you guys. All right, here we go. Chapter 2. Welcome. Part 2 of Nasu and Takeuchi interview. We're going to be talking about the MASH Lilith rival. Okay. First, Lilith was a good girl, by the way. Here we go. So, the interviewer has specifically stated the following question. Please tell us the most impressionable servants, if you could, please. Nasu goes, we've been waiting for Paladine for this long, so it is MASH. She was going to be our welfare, right? Welfare SSR. So we definitely wanted to, at first, you know, lower her cost and make her motions and animations on the down low. That's what was our first initiation, right? Our first thought process. However, we ended up stacking on stacking on stacking on stacking on stacking a lot of things on her, and I am really happy that it happened. Simultaneously, we were able to move Phantasm Moon, and it was very exciting. That was definitely my impression for this year. The interviewer asked, what about you, Mr. Takeuchi? If it's just this year, Lilith for certain. Nasu goes, yep. And then Takeuchi continues. Takeuchi goes, whenever it comes to quote unquote asking for characters design or asking artists or anybody to make it happen, right? AKA getting things done. In normal settings, we get all the characters, ideas, and backgrounds and checks into a compiled file and ask a specific artist or specific people saying, please, we would like to have this character, and if it's this character, we would like to go in this direction kind of ordeal. That's how it goes most of the time, whenever we ask for a character. However, there are some times where a lot of the artists and a lot of the scheduling and settings and certain things don't mesh up quite well. And so we were never able to take a step forward to introducing them or to even have a nice mesh. And personally, I wanted Lilith's design. 自分はリリスのデザインを担当していただいたニップさんの絵がすごく好きで、いつかお願いしたいというチャンスを伺っていたので、総書を読んでリリスの登場することに至り、今だと言いました。Oh, it says自分はリリスのデザインを。It says, I really liked, so it's essentially they were, Takeuchi's just explaining that they wanted a couple of rough drafts on these characters and then they, add it up and then make something new entirely. Takeuchi personally enjoyed the design of Lilith. And so when the time came, Nippy, who is, by the way, the artist of Lilith, Takeuchi wanted Nippy to draw the art because he liked it. Whenever the chance came by, he wanted to just slam dunk that artist in order to make it happen. Right when we knew that in Ordeal Call 4, Lilith is going to join the fray, I pulled the trigger and asked Nippy for the character design. Nasu goes, I see. Then Takeuchi continues saying that it was quite rough for Mr. Nippy, right, to be in charge of a character design because that was their very first time in charge of a character design from scratch and having this entire character design process. So at very first, we were struggle busing it, right? He used a 4 kanji letter word of saying hard time, difficult time, to kind of describe the hardship that they kind of had of just large view but foggy vision, right? Just all over the place. And they kind of struggle busted. But while they were struggle busting it, quote unquote, concentrated idea came and started to forming. And in the final, right, in the final draft, a really good character was born. And it says, yeah, the feeling, right, the texture and the upgrade of changing on that spot was really nice. ある程度出来上がったところで担当のライターさんに見てもらって、このキャラクターデザインに合わせてストーリーも調整しますと言ってくださいました。And when the design was formed, it says, yeah, when most of the character design was formed, we show it to the writer that's in charge, right? We show the lead writer and the big writers that are in charge of Ordeal Call 4 and the lead writer, which says, quote unquote, I will adjust the story to the character design. And it's very interesting too, because a lot of the FGO story definitely changes the story around character design, which is pretty cool because that happened in practically every fucking story so far. So the Nasu answers, 最初はもっと攻撃的なライバルだったのが絵を見てある意味でいい子に。Nasu interjects saying at the very first, she was going to be a more physically aggressive rival. But when we saw the picture, it says she is a good girl in certain aspect, right? It's essentially Nasu is explaining that Lilith was a little bit more aggressive. That was her setting at first, but they toned that down, right? Because if you don't know, Ordeal Call 4 spoiler, right? Lilith is a lot more passive aggressive than like physically aggressive. So that's why Nasu is saying that in certain aspects she's a good girl. So the interviewer specifically asks here that Lilith was definitely a attack, right, provoker of MASH in this entire role here, and you needed quite the fine balance, or you would aggro hate from players way too much, and it would have been a very dangerous character that could have flopped due to just pure hatred. Is that correct? Right, so interviewers is asking that Lilith had to play a fine line in her role in the Ordeal Call 4 in order to generate hate from the player base, but not too much hate to make the character dangerously like, oh, I don't like this girl because, you know, she's like, she hating on my girl MASH too much, right? It says definitely that character design was a fine play. Then Nasu answers, in the very first script and very first idea session, right? It says, yeah, at the very draft, right? At the first draft, Lilith was more tight character, meaning that she was a lot more gruesome, more gory, more cruel, kitsui, like very hard to deal with kind of character. Uh, 今まで一緒に旅をしてきた仲間をある意味一方的に個人な感情で攻撃してくるキャラですから。It says, yeah, it's essentially, it is a character that's going to attack MASH, right? AKA the friend that you've been journeying all the way through this time with her own personal feelings. And so, 感情的な悪意ではなく、理性から来る敵に憎む理由をより深いものに考えるべきだと一旦調理を設定し、現在の形に落ち着きました。ライターの力で最初は分からなくても最終的に彼女の気持ちが分かる、理解できるライバルとなったと思います。So essentially, yeah, Nasu specifically says that she was a lot more hard on, right? Like more cruel, more aggressive, more aggro type character. Because it was because Lilith is such a character that attacks MASH due to personal feelings, we needed to adjust from not bully from emotional standard, but hatred due to logical reasoning. And we need to find the hatred for MASH a deeper meaning and understanding. And with those ideas kind of combined and with that meaning involved, we've adjusted and came up to the idea and shaped Lilith in her current form. With the power of the writer, right? By the way, Nasu is supervised Ordeal Call 4. He did not write this. It says, yeah, because of the power of the writer, they were able to create a rival that at the very first you would not understand her, But in the very end and her finale, you would finally understand her feelings and understand it. Right? Essentially, Nasu is saying that Lilith was supposed to be a little bit more cruel, a little bit more aggro, but now, because of the writer's power, they were able to create Lilith that is she is today, right? A rival that literally you can understand why she feels the way she is, and have a deeper meaning of why she hates her, right? Hatred. 作家さんの対応がしっかり伝わる本当にいいキャラクターになったという実感がありましたね。これはきっとユーザーにも伝わるだろうと思っていたから実際に評判も良くて実際に評判も良くて作家さんにも十分抱いてることができて印象的なキャラクターになってくれたと思います。So Takeuchi answers here. Takeuchi answers here is that you can definitely feel the writer's effort to make this happen and to convey that feelings that what Nasu have stated. I genuinely think we created a wonderful character and you can felt that during that story. And I'm pretty sure the user base felt it we were hoping that the user base felt it as well. And in actuality, the reviews are very positive, so we're quite glad. And I believe the quote-unquote artist, right, was rewarded for his amazing effort. The fact that this character has officially become a very impressionable character means quite a lot. So that concludes the Mash and Lilith kind of conversation. This one's a quite short one, but do understand she never really hid her hatred towards Mash. She was kind towards us, and that was, like, you know, obvious. And it's one of those, if you saw her as a passive-aggressive girl, you definitely see the reasoning why she was the way she was. And it's great because the writer did a fantastic job just kind of elaborating why Lilith hates Mash so much. ついに実装されたグランドグラフのグランド会員英雄の乗り越え最終章は昨日にともに現してグランドシステムのことになったのでしょうか。第2部第2部の戦勝であり最終活動していた一部が全てやりきりました。そこで新たに何かできることはWell, see, that's the thing. She didn't hurt Mash. She hurt things around Mash. And I think that was a fantastic move on her part. Because that was smart. Because if you remember, it wasn't only thing that, what's her face, harassed. グランドシステムで初回として一部やりきりました。そこで新たに何かできることを考えて思いながら自分だけでグランドサーベントはもともとフェイトに出てくる召喚システムは7つのサーベントを召喚してビーズを倒すものを信じているのがユーザーが自分の推しをグランドできたら素晴らしい体験にならず確信しました。システムは第2が預かってずっと実装に向けて頑張ってきたもの。最終章の前に推しを掴んだのもいきなりじゃあグランドを決めてっていうは忙しい急すぎるのでその準備期間にしてほしかったからです。そして7機のグランドを選び終われたらいよいよ最後ですよという。すべてのエクストラクラスのグランドを置いていいんですか？どうにかなりませんか？それ会議で何度も言ってるんですけど、でもみんなにまたナスが変なことを言ってるよって言って言われちゃうんですよね。グランドフォリナーもグランドムンキャンザーもグランドオルターエゴも欲しいと強く注力してもそれはちょっとって流されちゃって。エキストラクラス差別だって会議していました。救急処置は考えていますが、今お話した通り、欲張りセットは少し難しいかな。エキストラクラスは2機選べますが、マッシュを選べたら残り1機になってしまいますよね。それぞれのグランドは存在しますが、マッシュをグランドにしてあげたい気持ちは大きいと思いますね。その上で、例えば自分がアルクやアウクをグランドにしたグランドにと思う。メインの7機は決まっていますが、エキストラクラスはちょっと決めづらい。なんとかしてください。でもなんともならないこと、そこは悩んでください。 That fair point, to be honest. Fair point. All right, let's read. This will be about the grand class. So I hope you guys got your pantyhose ready. All right, welcome to the part 3 action. This is going to be talking about grand graphs and grand duel shenanigans. So the chapter of it is finally the grand graph has been showcased. The overcoming the grand duels and grand servants to reach the final chapter. The interviewer specifically asked in the last year's interview. Last year's interview, you specifically said there was something big slowly coming towards gameplay wise. Was that the grand graph system, perhaps? Nasu answers, だいぶの採掘するにあて、初期に提案していたことは第一すべてやり、通じていくことは第一部ですべてやりきりました。そこで新しい何かができることを考えたときに思いついたのが自分だけのグランドサーバントです。So it says, while starting to create season 2, we did everything we could at first during our season 1 story run. So whenever we come up with a new idea, the thought came into my mind was creating a grand servant that you can personally pick. It says, in regular Fate, a heroic spirit summoning system has 7 servants summoned in order to fight a beast and defeat them. And so if the user base can able to grant, if they were able to grant their Oshis, right, aka their favorites, it would be a wonderful idea and experience. And I knew that from the very get-go. This system was 100% thrown as an idea constantly at the devs. It is a direction we wanted to go all the way to make it a reality and did their very best to do so. The reason why we also had an ordeal call, aka Sosho, before the final chapter is that we did not want to throw the grand right off the bat and make you guys rush your favorite servant choices. So we created a preparation time, and that is the reason why. And now, picking your 7 servants, we can finally get to the end. So the interviewer asked the right question. Can we get a grand class system? Or can we get extra class grand on every extra class? Can we do anything about that? And Nasu specifically says, I know. In every meeting, I've asked this multiple times. But everybody answers me with Nasu's saying some weird stuff again. And the idea gets washed out of existence. Lol. I want grand foreigners, I want grand moon cancers, and I want grand alter ego. Even no matter how much I recommend and tell them, they would end up saying that's a little too much and puts it to the side. Don't worry, I've saying that's extra class racism / segregation. Like not fair to the extra class. And I am constantly yelling at them to do something about it. We have some idea to emergency patch it if we could. But the greedy set, right? The quote unquote, the set of greed of asking too much is going to be a little difficult. Meaning that Nasu is constantly asking the entire, like in the big meeting, the grand meeting, that every extra class should have their grand, but they don't want the majorities don't want that. And then he is fighting for extra class to be granted. He is thinking about an emergency patch here and there every so often, but he says that it will be very difficult to get every extra class grand setup. And then the interviewer specifically says, you can pick 2 servants as an extra class. Putting MASH on the first one, obviously, you're only left with 1 servant to extra grand. Then Nasu answers, every users have their existence of their own grand. But I sincerely do believe that a lot of people would love to grand MASH as well. Like for an example, in my mind and in my head, I would love to grand my Arcuid and my Alco. I've already set in stone on my 7 main classes, but when it comes to extra class, I too am very not set in stone of what I really want. I would love to do something about it, but I cannot. So please struggle. It says, I would really love to do something about it, but we cannot do anything about it. So please do come to a struggling conclusion and make sure you don't regret your choices, right? Essentially, Nasu is saying, hey, we're on the same boat. I'm on the same boat. We're gonna be thinking about this together, right? So it says, yeah, そこは悩んでください. Nasu is saying that please make a decision. You have to because I have to too, right? Kind of deal. So the interviewer specifically states, we still have a lot of time, so I would take my time as well. グランド対戦に登場する英雄は何のクラスかどういう選択しているのですか? It says, speaking of grand duel battles, what is your criteria of picking the grand heroic spirits to fight in each of the classes, perhaps? User の皆さんに納得ができるものにしたいと思っています。そのネーミング、バリューならそうだろうねと思わせるような定番から始めて、だんだん手を変え、人形を変え、驚かせたい。でも根っこにあるのは納得のいくもの。あとは戦ってみたいと思わせるような英雄ですね。グランド化したサーバントはみんな少しバージョンアップしていますので。So it says the user base, so yeah, Nasu specifically answers that question saying, we want a servant and heroic spirit that the user base can kind of come to agreeing to, right? Understand. That user base can be like, yeah, that's understandable, right? And can kind of be like, yes to. starting from the naming variation. And I starting from like making the user base feel, oh, so you went this way, I knew it, or wow, that's awesome. And little by little, we would like to give you guys some change of hands and curveballs and materials and circumstances, and want to give you guys some surprise. But in the very core of all of this, it's something that everybody will be satisfied and come to an understanding to. And simultaneously, we do want a heroic spirit that, like, you know, you kind of want to like fight against, you know? After all, servants that has been grandified, everybody's got a little bit of a version upgrade, aka patched up, and then they get a little better, as you noticed. And the interviewer says, yes, the new Noble Phantasm animation was quite the surprise, right? So Nasu says, hey, by the way, why don't we update normal Musashi's Noble Phantasm to the Grand Musashi's Noble Phantasm? I gave that as a spitballing idea, but I got an answer back stating that if that is the case, then everybody who only has Musashi would reap the benefits. So the answer is no. And simultaneously, I got told that if we were to give the Grand Musashi update to the current Musashi, everybody and their mom would Grand Musashi. That's what I've been told. So during the Grand Heroic Spirit, as a Grand Heroic Spirit, now that she's coming out as such, we needed to prepare the character to be able to withstand a lot of the grand battles. And so first, we wanted every enemy to able to AoE. That kind of came to the first conclusion for some of the single targets. And when it comes to Musashi, was going to be her very first time coming in, we were thinking how much we can put on her. So yeah, at first, every enemy is going to have AoE Noble Phantasm. We were thinking about how many Musashi that we're going to put on. We also came to the conclusion that basic motion animation wasn't going to change as much as before. I think that's the conclusion we came up with. We also come up with the idea that says completely overhaul her design and make her completely new. But we've also come to the conclusion that instead of revamping her from scratch, I think we should keep her the way it is. And so we came to the conclusion of, why don't we just change the Noble Phantasm and show that and surprise the user base. And that's why the Noble Phantasm is new. It says, from here on out, all the Grand Heroic Spirits have their own unique personal Noble Phantasm prepared up, and we would like for every single one of you to experience and set up the fact that you are fighting a Grand Servant as a impression, right? So essentially, Nasu says, Nasu gave an idea of saying, why don't we make, Noble and the regular Musashi get the Grand Servant Musashi update. They rejected that idea, logically stating that if you update Musashi's MP to single target to AoE and change the animation completely, it would benefit only people that has Musashi, and it would be so cool and OP that a lot of people will most likely Grand Musashi. Because it would be quote-unquote too meta-touristic. And so that idea was rejected. And then Takeuchi specifically states that kind of because we're busting out more grand heroic spirits, we wanted to make sure that each individual heroic spirit that is chosen to be a grand has, their name changes, like, to fit the narrative. Simultaneously, they need to prepare that servant to fight against other grands, and they need to prepare AoE damage and whatnot. And we were also thinking about how they were going to add a lot of things to Musashi. We were thinking about basic additional animation motions, but we didn't want to fundamentally change her because we wanted to keep her the way she is, but more amped up and powerful to feel like she's a grand servant to be, dealing with. So in the end, we came to the conclusion to change her noble phantasm and then kind of made that the way it is. And says that, Takeuchi specifically states that every single noble phantasm for the grand servants is going to be special. And you're going to be feeling each individual that you are fighting a grand servant, so please be excited for it. And then Nasu says it at last, indicating that which servant will become a grand heroic spirit to fight against is also part of the fun, exciting event to predict and kind of, anticipate for as well. So interviewer asks, when it comes to the grand class cards, can you give us some more detail of how that class card was made, of like experiences and a little bit of detail here and there? So it says, when it comes to Takeuchi answers when the grand concepts came into fruition, our highest criteria was how could we make it look cool, right? How do we look more awesome and flashy? So we came to the conclusion of going back to the Fate, the quote unquote class card, right? The 異常に重要な素材である. The material that we always fundamentally used irregularly, the Fate class cards. And we looked at that because we needed to create a class card specifically for grand usage. We knew for the fact that we will be, there will be a time that we will utilize it as a, to showcase it one day or another. We also knew the amount of grand, right? About 9 grand card was needed. So there was a lot to ask out as a commission. So we really did order and ask for commission at a very early stage. And then the interviewer specifically asked, what kind of theme did you guys go for when coming up with this idea? Then Takeuchi answers, hey, all the class cards that's been added during FGO was done by Mr. Sakamoto Mineji, right? Sakamoto Mineji. Every single class card was done by this specific person called Sakamoto Mineji. We came to the conclusion that we can't just ask Miss Mineji. I'm gonna say Sakamoto from now on. We can't ask Mr. Sakamoto to just come up with a grand class card, right? And just commissioning that, as simple as that statement, we knew that if we were to say that, we would run into some difficulties. So me and Nasu and others definitely came to a discussion and had a meeting, and we've added additional criterias and requirements to add more information to the commission. At first, we went for more like a flowery or more natural, more environmental materials and elements to be added to the card was our first suggestions. And we kind of played around with it and wrote a couple of drafts, but it never really showed the power, the intensity of what a grand was. So in the end, we went for the motif of the stars, the cosmos, the planets, the stars in the sky. That was our final destination, and that was our motif, and came up with that conclusion. It says, after all, within the story, the impression and the theme and the topic of stars was played out so well, so that I think it would have been I think we would know that it would be a great value to be added to the theme as grand. And because of that, we really got a lot of cool class cards, and the completion looks amazing in my opinion. It says, by the way, are there portraits, aka the grand extra grand? Is there class cards for the extra grand classes? Takeuchi says, yes, we do. It might be a little different than the others. So, if you guys do not know, this is like before. Technically, the interview was taken before, before Extra 1, Extra 2 kind of got announced ish. So, if I remember correctly. So, it's just one of those things. So I believe that concludes this. Yeah, that concludes this quote unquote grand servant discussion with Nasu and Takeuchi. If you got any question, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Somebody told me I thought he was asking for just the MP animation update, not the MP effect. No, Mr. Nasu was asking for why not just make Musashi Grand Musashi update. He was saying, why don't we just make Musashi AoE? And people said, no, that's too OP, too broken. And if you do that, a lot of people will get Musashi and it'll only benefit Musashi. So that's stupid. And that got casted aside. Other than that, we're going to be doing part 4 very soon. As a reminder, part 4 is going to be very long. So I hope you get your pantyhose. I'll see you in the next video. Peace. All right, so that's what, part freaking 3. Ooh, I gotta pee. See how that goes. All right, we got it. Good. All right, I gotta piss real quick, and then we're gonna do part 4. They made Indra be Olga, and they're both grand battles, though. Yeah, so think about it. I'm pretty sure all the grand servants will be a pickup banner. So in September or late August, in September or late August, you're going to get a grand rider. So you better buckle up, Buttercup. I'll be right back. Give me a second. I gotta piss. Okay. Chapter 4. Updating Musashi to Grand Musashi would basically give her an MP buff and an animation update, so it would have been not fair. That is correct. That is one of the few reasons why the animation update was no-go.王将さんで生まれ方、茨城実殺、パッションリップがついに水か、ナンバーワンのシャイニースターがとても印象的な敵でしたね。今回のムンキャンさんに強いインパクトもありましたし、最後のビデオでした。究極のビデオですからね。ゴールデンバニーというのはどうかと思うけど、和田中さんがこれですというからには、ゴールデンビビは金ピカにしてみましょうというところで。これはほぼお任せでしたね。自分の設定したのはゴールデンビビという名前だけ。カズラ2第6無理やんとしてスターレダさんの反応が良かったので、プレイブルの方向に入ったもの。でも、突然は良くないので、まず夏に顔見せして、次のイベントで実装ったのかも。配布でという話はあったよね。あった。俺ルから弾頭のストーリーだったから実際されたと思います。ただ、夏イベントのリソースが俺ル画面やるという状態だから、ちょっと難しかった。ドロップの方で登場するんですよね。バイレットはライダー風のライダー風の桜なので、すでにセイバーのメデューサが実際されているようでは少し被っています。そのため、まだ登場しない新規のキャラクターからの実装。Guys, what if I tell you, Violet's gonna be a rider and she's gonna be our Grand? What do you think? How many subs can we bid on that? How many subs can we bet on that? Who Violet? The last Sakura 5. I don't know if Nasu did it on purpose, but Rasu definitely spoiled a bean there. Violet にはライダー風の桜なので、すでにセーバーのメデューサが実装されているようには少し被っています。そのためまだ登場していない新規のキャラクターから実装していくことに。スターシェアについても聞きたいなったけど、彼女の勘は実績、一度銀河を救ったによるより得得されたものしかクエストを達成するとなぜかしかに。ゲームのパラディです。スペースファントムズームとは違って、スターシエルは本当に半分のサーブントユニバースの。あそこにいれば銀河や一つや二つは救っているのではないかなと。XX も銀河を救ったこともある。シェルのフレーバーテキストでアルケードと最終決戦が表示されていましたよね。これはどの世界の話？もちろんユニバースです。月夢 R の話ではありません。順位で 100% の殺し合いのお話はまたおいおい。Damn. I bet that Violet is not a Grand Rider. That's good. But you don't have enough gift subs to be able to, bet. So you don't count. Not know it would be a Grand Rider. Who knows? Who could be Grand Rider these days? Who knows? Could be anybody. Could be you. Could be Mondo Ricardo. Our best friend. That would mess up an alter ego thing, though. That is true. It'll probably be alter ego. Alright, here we go. What is this, part 4? Okay. Welcome! Part 4 of many different series of Takeuchi and Nasu interview coming in hot. The title is Ordeal Call 3. Able to come the 10th year dream to fruition. Finally, Passion Lip is in her swimsuit form. So the interviewer asked, I would like to continue the talk for Ordeal Call 3, right? Sosho-san. Now it is called the 第4時代 AI ブームと呼ばれていますが、時代とシナリオがぴったりとハマっていたのは狙われたものだったのでしょうか。プロットと作るときにムーンキャンサーといえばビビーちゃんから AI をテーマにしようと考えていました。当時はまだ今のような AI がここまで世の中を騒がせるものではなかったので、いずれ多くの AI が上していくだろうというその時のノリでのシナリオを書いたんですね。しかし2023年になってから AI の進化は自分の想像をはるかに上回り、 AI と人間の戦いはナンセンスに感じられるようになりました。そこでもっと先の未来を話をしようと思い、プロットをガラッと変えたんですよ。 AI の危険性よりもその先にあるものを語るべきだろうという方向性ですね。それがたまたま時代にこうしていいところにハマったのかなと思います。 So, interviewer says, we're going to talk about Ordeal Call 3. By the way, right now we are in the 4th gen AI boom, right? The quote unquote, the fourth prosperity of AI, technological advancement. Did you, Mr. Nasu, aim for this? The fact that the timeline and the scenario, the fact that it fits so nicely, were you aiming for that? Perhaps. Nasu answers, whenever I was making the plot for Ordeal Call 3, it was about Moon Cancer. And whenever you think about Moon Cancer, it was about BB. And because it was about BB, the theme was always going to be about AI. But during my time of writing the story and coming up with the plot lines, it was definitely not of an era where AI was creating such advancements and such news throughout the world. So it was a simpler story of a lot of AI encounterment and just kind of enjoy the ride while it happens was kind of the very first notion that we went for. Nani? Right, so he essentially said he had a mood that a lot of things are going to get replaced by AI, no problem. That was the feeling he had, and wrote the scenario on top of it. However, during the time of 2023, AI advancements went way above my own imagination as well. And I did not really want to talk about the battle between AIs and humans. It started to become nonsense, in my honest opinion, with you. And so I changed the plot a little bit. And that plot change was, what do we talk a lot more in the future? Because right now in 2023, AI advancements was way beyond my capacity. I came to the conclusion that instead of doing a nonsense of AI versus human shenanigans, I wanted to go further and beyond. Talk about a future far, far afterwards. And so I changed the plot just like that. I wanted to convey not the dangers of AI, but something beyond that. Something to kind of talk about. Something to be told that is beyond the dangers of AI. And that was kind of the direction we went for, yes. And in a weird way, the era and the timeline kind of matched up with the topic at hand, and I believe we got lucky. 作中に登場する AI たちのみんなは善意で爽やかな感じでありましたよね。現在の AI が育っていけばああなるという話ではないんです。むしろ総称の3にような AI を作れる知識体系を持たないと人間は滅びるだろうという思いで書いていました。So the interviewer asked, it says, during the story, a lot of the AIs that came as a character, they're all very kind-hearted and very happy and optimistic looking. Like, it's essentially, they were like kind, right? They were essentially good-natured, right? And then Nasu answered specifically, my story is definitely not about if the AI if the current modern AI advances, it would become like that. Not at all, actually. It's in actuality, in Ordeal Call 3, just like Ordeal Call 3, you need to create an AI that is artificially intelligent types and very intelligent on top of understanding things. Humanity, aka humans, will perish. That's kind of the thought process we had when writing this thing, right? So Nasu specifically says, I didn't write it for the sake of the AI progression will be a successful thing if it kept moving forward. More like it's saying that if the AI advancements is more intelligent and more knowledgeable and more quote unquote what's the right word here? It's definitely the intelligent type, right? Where they have to have a specific knowledge intelligence system within the AI system, or else humans will be extinct / perish. That's the direction he wrote. 現段階だとああなるのは難しそうですね。And then the interviewer interjects saying that at this current stage, right, aka the modern stage of the AI advancements of IRL life, to make it into the ordeal call AI would be a very difficult task. そうですね。あの世界でなぜ涼しく正しい AI が生まれたかというと、SS で個人の情報引用や収集がブームになるよりも前に AI の発達が早かったからなんですよ。この部分は積極臭くなるので、あえて本面では書きませんでしたが、無条件で AI がああなるわけではない。そうなるような我々人間が頑張りましたよということを使いたかったんですね。So this is this is actually a story plot. So yeah, Nasu specifically agrees with the interviewer saying that is correct. The reason why the AI was born very kind-hearted and natured in that world, it was because it was before the boom of articles, news threads, media masses, and personal information clump of the SNES, aka social media platform, became the norm. Because AI advancements was faster than the social media conglomerate in that world. But I didn't write that specific part during in-game because I didn't want to make it a lot educational or sound a little boomerish, and didn't want to be like an old man teaching young people shenanigans. Didn't want to be a little lectury about it, so I didn't write it in the Ordeal Call 3 / main story. But I also wanted to convey the feelings and the story setup, saying that AI doesn't become the way that Ordeal Call 3 was without any requirement or without any hurdle. Humans should do their very best to make it into those type of AIs, is what I wanted to convey. 無条件で AI がああなるわけではない。So it's essentially Nasu is stating that without doing anything, AI is not going to be the AI that you see before you in Ordeal Call 3. I think as we human beings, we should do our very best to try to make it like that, is what I wanted to kind of convey throughout the story, right? So Nasu is saying the actual reason why the AI boom in Ordeal Call was popping, it was because the AI advancements was way ahead of its time, and it exploded before the explosion of social media network, personal information gathering, threads, and movie clumps, and etc., right? Before all this social media shenanigans took over the internet. Essentially, the AI advancements was a lot more prosper instead of concentrating on those. And kind of a it's not really a warning, right? And it's one of those that, like, it's kind of lectury and kind of like okay old man style, that he didn't want to feel that way, so he didn't really write this thing specifically into the Ordeal Call story. 時代設定が3017年でしたが、ちょうど2017年から1000年後なのはなぜでしょう。1000年ぐらい経たないと無理だろうという理由ですね。健全な AI が人類を収御すれば間違いなく半永久に成長すると思いますよ。しかし、現代の AI の限界はやらなくていいことはやらないということ。つまり、滅びはしないけど進化もしない、そういう状況で世界をそのものが闇に覆われ終わりなさいよと告げてくれるのがボスの方のムーンキャンサーなんです。So the interviewer specifically asks, the time setting is exactly 3017 years. It is exactly 1K, right? 1,000 years after 2017. Why is that specifically? The reason Nasu did that is because he said it's most likely it'll probably take us maybe 1,000 years to get to that point, or else it would be impossible for us, is kind of the simplest reason. That if a kind-hearted and understanding AI, right, kind-hearted and understanding AI were to govern over humanity, we would definitely prosper semi-eternity, for certain, in my opinion. However, しかし現状の AI の限界はやらなくていいことはやらないということ。So it's essentially the modern AI, right? The 3017 AI. Their limitation is if it is not necessary, they won't do it, right? So Nasu's kind of talking about the flaw, right? However, if you were to quote unquote give the control and reign over to the smart AI, their limitation is if you don't need to do it, you will not do it. Meaning that humans will not extinguish or extinct, but they would also not evolve as well. And with that situation occur, the entire world kind of gets enveloped by darkness. And the one that says end yourself or put a curtain on your era is the quote-unquote boss of the story of Moon Cancer. End yourself! その間、凡人類が繁殖していましたが、魔術師たちは何をしていたのでしょうか。And then the interviewer specifically asks, during this time, old humanity has been completely extinguished, aka they don't exist anymore. What were the mages doing all this time? If we can get some answer. So Nasu specifically says a part of them actually returned to the roots, right? 上がっていました。aka part of them, right? A section of them, 一部. A part of them / section of them were able to go to the root, right? Kongen, the origin. They were able to go back and they were just kind of done with everything. 寿命が伸びたから達成できた。そうですね。大抵は途中で脱落したり、腰を下ろしたりもしていたのでしょうけど。And so the interviewer asked the reason why some of them, right, some sections and part of them were able to go back to the roots and they were kind of done with everything. Is it because they were able to prolong their lifespan, perhaps? Is that the reason why they were some of them were able to reach it? Nasu specifically says yes. Some of them, most of them dropped off during their advances. Some of them even just put their hips down. Some of them gave up, some of them failed, right? 大体は途中で脱落したり、some of them, most of them failed, some of them put their hips on the ground, meaning that they kind of retired from being a mage and whatnot. あの世界にもヴェルパーが現れていたようですが、どうやって乗り越えたんでしょう？ AI があれだけ発展して入れれば倒せますよ。ヴェルパー的にも進化のない文明を破壊する意味がない。もしフェイトエクストラの順序があったらヴェルパーの行動の理由がわかるので、その時へ来たら納得していただけるかと思います。現状ではまだ明かせません。So it says, quote unquote, interviewer asked the right questions, and I really like him for saying that. By the way, in the Ordeal Call world, there was a mention of Velpar, right? Velpar. The existence of Velpar was certain. How were they able to overcome Velpar specifically, if you can explain it to us? Nasu specifically stated the AI advancements was so great that of course they can defeat it. And simultaneously do understand Velpar's point of view. There was no reason or meaning to destroy a civilization that had no evolution. If there is a continuation of Fate Extella. If there's a continuation of additionally of Fate Extella, you would also understand the movement and the reasoning of Velpar. Right? Velpar. When the time comes, you'll probably come to an understanding, in my opinion. However, at this very stage, I can't say anything else. So the interviewer asks, so you already had a continuation in mind? Nasu specifically says, I do. I have for everything. I have up till Fate Extella 3, you see. But because FGO started, I couldn't do it. If I didn't come up with a conclusion, I would not be writing Velpar 01, 02, or 03. So Nasu's like, hey, by the way, they're supposed to be Fate Extellas. There supposed to be 3 Fate Extellas, but because FGO started, Fate Extella 3 is on hold. I'm not gonna put Velpar 01, 02, or 3 without any quote unquote, without any quote unquote reasoning to it, right? So meaning that we will one day have Fate Extella 3, but FGO started, so Nasu had to concentrate on FGO. And then the interviewer says, my sympathies. Speaking of changing topics, we're gonna change topics. Boom. We're done with Ordeal Call 3. By the way, the summer event 2024, I saw the swimsuit of Passion Lip. So we're gonna be talking about Passion Lip here. And Nasu's like, listen. By the way, I've been saying I want Passion Lip as a swimsuit for years. Okay? But Takeuchi kept saying no and completely shut me off all the time. But I asked Wada Arco just as a test drive, right? Just as a test drive, I asked Wada Arco to create a swimsuit Passion Lip to be utilized as an NPC. And then when Takeuchi saw the swimsuit Passion Lip, this man instantly says, Lip can do it. This bastard is what I thought. That is how great Wada Arco made Passion Lip Summer, to the point that he instantly okayed the swimsuit Passion Lip when he was hard stoned on saying no of all these years. It's test drive? Yeah. It's essentially so what happened here is that Nasu wanted Passion Lip swimsuit for a very long time. Right? Around 6 years, I believe, if I calculated correctly from the Tight Moon, quote unquote, Tight Moon. It's essentially when Lambda came out. He was just like, why not Passion Lip, right? Takeuchi kept saying no. He was just kind of saying no and just kind of keep cutting Nasu off. But during the ordeal call, just dumb it, like he wanted to try it out, right? He wanted to showcase Passion Lip in swimsuit just as an NPC jail, right? Just as an NPC, and ask Wada Arco for it. And then when Takeuchi saw the Wada Arco Passion Lip product, he instantly said okay to Passion Lip Summer. And it says, Koitsu to omoimashita ga. It says, yeah, you bastard, right? Is what I thought. But the fact that Takeuchi said a hard, difficult no, it should showcase you how amazing Wada Arco's art was, that Takeuchi gave an instant okay when he saw the product, right? Then Takeuchi answers, man, I gotta say that was an amazing. Once again, I felt the power of Wada Arco's and her understanding of her characters and her way she did things necessary to make it happen. So essentially, Takeuchi saying, Wada Arco popped off. I respect Wada Arco. The fact that Wada Arco made Passion Lip the way it is just made her characteristics just fantastic. Lip は水着にするとさらにピーキーになってしまうんじゃないかなという危険ショットもありますし、ベルトリリースもパッションリップもある意味で美しさとグロテスクの融合なので、もしかしたらグロテスクさが前に出過ぎてしまうのではないかと。でもそんなことはなかったね。So Nasu explains here is that if we were to made Lip into a swimsuit, might have been a little bit too peaky, right? Peaky slash cheeky slash it could have been a little too erotic, a little too sensitive, right? And it definitely could have reached a danger zone as well. Because Melt and Passion Lip, in many different ways and explanation, they are a combined fusion, right? They are a combined fusion of both beauty and grotesque, well meshed and harmonized. And so we were a little afraid that maybe the grotesque side of Passion Lip might come more forward if we done it too much. But that never came to happen because of Wada Arco. Then Takeuchi asked, 西洋的なシンボルがものすごく調教されている部分もあり、今時大丈夫だろうかという概念もあったんですよ。だからこそリップを女の子としてちゃんと描いてくれることができる方なんだなと感服しました。So it says Takeuchi shows respect, saying that there was a lot of symbols, right? A lot of symbols of explaining her characteristics as passionate, and just a lot of texture and structures, and kind of showcase a lot of personality for passionate, was very harmonized and conglomerated in her swimsuit outfit. And at a time like this, right, like modern time, censorship, yada yada, in a modern time like this, we were very afraid that it would be okay to showcase passion lip was part of the problem as well. So the fact that Wada Arco, right, was able to draw passion lip as a girl, right, as a girl, and not a monster, and not a you know, like a super sexy shenanigan, even though she got that sexy on her, right? It says the fact that Miss Wada Arco was able to draw lip as a girl, I was at all, and I was instantly recognized the amazing talent that Wada Arco. It's essentially Takeuchi's glazing Wada Arco, okay? Saying that the fact that lip was able to be drawn as a girl like that was wonderful job. 出せる見込みが立ったということは、次はプレイヤブルに資格も。このインタビューが公開される頃にはもう発表されているかと、リップのファン方々には泣いてる、喜んでいるとは思います。So it says, so that means that now that the possibility of showcasing Passion Lip to be true, does that mean the next step will be a playable character, perhaps, that she'll be ranked up in? And then Nasu answers, by the time this interview is going to be public, I believe it's going to be announced live. I believe the Passionate fans are going to be crying with joy, in my opinion. Takeuchi answers, by the way, we were thinking about giving her a costume for it. At first, our very first idea was keeping it as a costume and get it done with. But it was done so well that came to the conclusion of ending this amazing thing as just a costume would be a disservice to Passionate fans. And we've decided that we were going to make her the quote-unquote new servant. It says, Nasu specifically says, when it comes to rarity, she has caught up with the other Sakura 5s. I believe Miss Wada Arco, Wada Arco was definitely happy. It says, yeah, when it comes to rarity-wise, she is now finally lined up with all the other Sakura 5s. Wada Arco personally likes the servant as well. Right, aka, I bet Wada Arco is going to Grand Passion Lip Summer. It's Wada Arco's best worked servant. So please enjoy. ラスボスについてもお願いします。魔法使いの夜コラボ、ラスボスについても、コラボのラスボスオンリーワンナンバーワンシャイニースターがとても印象的な敵でしたね。今回もムーンキャンサーも強いインパクトがありました。So now they're going to be talking about Ordeal Call 3. Okay? They're going to be talking about Ordeal Call 3. It says, I would like to talk about the last boss of Ordeal Call 3. Simultaneously, before we go to the final boss, I would like to talk about the Mahoyo, right? Collab last boss, only 1/1. The shiny star was a very impressionable enemy. And even this time, the moon cancer of the final battle quite had a strong impact. あのボスは顔のない記号的な存在として書きました。具体的にはネタバレは避けますが、人類を待つ足を引っ張る、人類の待つ足引っ張る感覚など、恐ろしい内面的な症状を得て、バトル演出では昔流行っていた世界地図版面のウイルス、is that Plague Inc? It is Plague Inc. Okay. ウイルスを感染させていくゲームの不気味さが好きで参考にしています。ボスの攻撃もまるで情報が伝示していくかのように、みんながやる気のない人間になっていく様を表示しています。最初から賢明なイメージはあったのですが、ビジュアルに落とし込むのが難しくて、竹内くんと何度も話し合い、ようやく落としどころが見つかりました。デザインはケルヌンナさんと同じく、スタジオ BB の竹之内義塚さんに担当してもらっています。ナスさんからには、見た目は異常にシンプルにしてみたいというイメージが共通点があります。異常段階に上にあるのにポーズをとっているピクトグラムっぽいのもがいいなと思いまして、そのシンプルなデザインがどれだけハったりを聞かせられるかをデザイナーとして締めていきましたね。攻撃法もナスさんから送られてきた動画のそのまま反映させた形です。確か当時にムーンキャンサーを配置するレイアウト案のその時にも上がってきたんですよね。そう、すごく大きいから画面をどんどん引いてもらったんだ。お互いやりとり重ねながら今までのないようなビジュアルを作り上げることができました。シャイニースターの時は可能な限りシチュエーションをド派手にせよというディレクションでしたが、ムーンキャンサーはシンプルだけど印象に残るものにしたいという、むしろ派手にはするなという指示があったんですよ。そういう狙いを絡み合っておいてまとめていきました。他にライター担当のショーではかっこいいボスキャラがいっぱい出てくるので、自分はキワモノで行こうと、シャイニースターもムーンキャンサーもシチュエーション自体これまでにもなかったですしね。ビジュアル的にはフェイトステイのサクラルートの影にも見ましたね。偶然の一致というか正体不明の存在となると、形が一番おかしいもんですよね。頭の位置にある円状のものが聖杯の穴にも見えました。あれはデザイナーが上がってきたもので、自分からは特に意思とか示したことはありません。ちなみに登場した白い悪石なものはどういう意味があったのでしょうか。人間の罪ではあるけど汚いものではないという印象がありました。ここではずっといたい、続けたい、まだまだ長いたい。Alright, sorry, I'm fucking going off the range. I apologies. Alright, let's talk about the boss, right? So we're gonna be talking about the final boss of Ordeal Call 3. And then Nasu specifically said that last boss, we wanted to create an existence of entity that has no face and no we kind of wanted like a symbolic faceless entity, right? That's the design we kind of drawn for. I'm not going to say specific spoilerage, but it's wanted a feeling of expressing the pulling the legs, right? The feelings of being held back, like a drag, that we wanted that humans drag, right? Every human has this feeling of drag. That's what we kind of wanted to embody that and create that as fear incarnate, to create that structure and shape that into a uncanny form and structure it as such. For the battle animations and battle statistics, we utilized an old game that was a trend back in the day, where you would utilize the entire world map and slowly but surely you would infect it with a virus little by little. By the way, that's Plague Inc., right? We wanted that uncomfortability, and we utilized the Plague Inc. Gimmick and its infection rate and its dragness and how it like slowly but surely affected things left and right. We utilized Plague Inc. as a example of that. We wanted the auto attack, right? We wanted its attack patterns to be like a spreading of information, like it just spewing infectious laziness. It's like little by little, slowly but surely, it wanted to image a human that has zero efforts, right? The feeling of laziness or just being dragged out to be like, oh, I don't want to do this, or man, this sucks. Creating this drag of tiresome and laziness and kind of this slothfulness. I think that's the right word. Wanted to express that. We had the visual, we had a clear visual at first, but making that image into a picture form, visuality, and condense it down into a character form of what you saw in front of you was the difficult part for sure. Me and Takeuchi definitely conversated multiple times, but we were finally able to drop that specific silhouette, spooky, scary skeleton character. Of course, he didn't say spooky, scary skeleton, just the fact that he was able to drop that character the way it is. Takeuchi answers, by the way, the design was very same person who created Cersenos. The Studio BB, Takenouchi Yoshisuka-san, was in charge of it. Nasu gave a direct order saying, make it look irregularly simple. And that image kind of came into mind, and that collided. It says, when it came to the irregular aspect, we wanted posings, and whenever it does movements, we wanted that pictogram style simplicity as well. And that's why we went with that. そのシンプルなデザインでどれだけハったりを効かせられるかをデザイナーとして詰めてきましたね。攻撃法もナスから送られてきた動画をそのまま撮影した形ですね。確か中東版にムーンキャンサーを配置するレイアウト案もその時に上がってきたのですよ。そうそう、すごく大きいからカメラをどんどん引いてもらった。So Takeuchi says, we wanted that simple design, right? That design had to be simple, but we wanted to, how many bluffs and shenanigans can we stuff into that simplistic design? And we wanted we did our best as a designer to kind of pursue that factor. Every time it attacked, we practically used what Nasu sent us, kind of. It's essentially what Nasu sent us. We kind of just used it as an animation motion. But 確か中央にムーンキャンサー配置するレイアウト案のその時上がってきたんですね。When that time came in, the idea of putting Moon Cancer in the center of the screen also came into fruition as well around that time, right? It's essentially Nasu talked about attack patterns. The simplistic design was a design choice that they were like attacking and kind of aggressively going for. Whenever the attack pattern were to come, Nasu gave several like videos and maneuvers, and they practically used that as an example. And then when that time comes, they were just like, why don't we just put Moon Cancer in the middle, right? And that's how the Moon Cancer was put into the middle. And then, yeah, the Moon Cancer location was now layouted to be in the middle. It says, Nasu entered, ads saying, yep, it was so large and it was so huge and big. We wanted to pull the camera out as much as they could. カメラをどんどん引いてもらった。お互いやり取りを重ねながら今までにないようなビジュアルを作られることができました。It says we both conversated and added our ideas, compiled them together, and created a visual that we never had once before and created such awesomeness. During the creation of Shiny Star, we went for the direction of do as best as you can in your capability to make the situation as flashy and fancy as possible. But when it came to the Moon Cancer, we went for the opposite design, saying we want a simple creation, but a very impressionable simple design but a very impressionable be left behind afterwards. In actuality, do not make it fancy, do not make it exciting, right? Was the specific direction we went for. With all that in mind and scoped in and honed in, we were able to create that character. And then Nasu says, the other writer, right? The other writers who was in charge of the chapter had a lot of cool bosses that looked amazing and awesome. So I went for the ugly, right? Ugly and disgusting type was the direction, because the boss character types that the writer was in charge of was awesome and cool. It says Shiny Star and the Moon Cancer boss. The Shiny Star and the Moon Cancer boss. We wanted to create a situation that we never had ever before or experienced it in general. And then the interviewer interjects saying, by the way, visual wise, it really did look like the Fate Stay Night Sakura Root's little shadow. And then Nasu interjects saying that was definitely a coincidence colliding with one another, but it's definitely understandable because when trying to showcase a shape of an unknown life form or unknown existence, I believe it's best to showcase that type of shape to be more understanding to the keen eyes. And then the interviewer also added, by the way, the halo, the circle round type that was above positioned in its head, it really looked like the hole of the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail's hole is what I've perceived it as. And then Nasu said, by the way, that was 100% designer's choice. I did not put any idea, effort, or said anything about this. This was 100% designer's choice, and designer did it awesome. So yeah, Nasu saying I didn't give specific instructions when it comes to the design of that Moon Cancer. To add these, like halos and shenanigans. They wanted to look like a pictograph. They wanted to look like that shadow figure from Sakura Roots. That's about it, right? Like, there was no specific order from Nasu to have a circle above its head. Scenario に登場した白い幕布呪文 what is that one? Is that how you say white fiber? Is it fiber or silk? I want to say, because it's a complex kanji, it's fiber. It says, can you explain the white fabric, or I think it's fiber, right? The white fiber thread, right? The white fiber thread that came out in the scenario. What kind of intention did you had when creating something like this? Nasu specifically said that white fiber thread indicated the human stagnation, but we didn't want to make it dirty, right? 人間の下見でもあるけど汚いものではないという意識がありましたね。ずっとここにいたい、ずっと続けていたい、まだ頑張っていたいという感情は決して悪いものではないですよね。だからおぞましい存在ではあるけど汚くはしたくなかったんだ。人間の本流ですね。So yeah, if you guys don't know, in the ordeal call scenario, after everything is done, we kind of get enveloped by this white fiber, and the quote-unquote interviewer saying, "What was that? What is that exactly?" It's saying that Nasu is saying that is stagnation, the feeling of slothfulness, the slows of human beings, right? It's something that it is a taint and it is a dirt and is a quote unquote human stagnant state, right? It's but he didn't want to indicate it as dirty. He didn't want to make it taintful. He didn't want to make it darkness. That was the intention that I had for going there. The feeling of wanting to stay here forever, or wanting to continue for eternity, or I still want to continue pressing forward. These feelings are not evil. These feelings are never evil intentions at all. And these are not a feeling of bad. So even though these existence might be a little like excruciating or horrible, right? Because stagnation is not good, right? These feelings might be horrible, but I didn't want to make it dirty or disgusting. Because after all, it is a main stream, aka it's humanity's nature to be that to an extent, right? It's a honryu this. So in that part, essentially, interviewer asks, what's this white fiber? White fiber indicates human stagnation or human laziness, or kind of this human's flawed characteristic of kind of stagnate a little bit. Like feeling of wanting to stay here forever, wanting to continue something forever, or wanting to have the feeling of just constantly continuing moving forward. These type of emotions are not evil or bad in any case or form, but too much would definitely be an evil existence. But he didn't want to depict it as dirty or disgusting or tainted or anything that kind of connotates a like a disruptive or like strong like not repulsive or thing that you should reject, right? Like he didn't want to dirty this thing, because it is being a little stagnant and being a little lazy is, humans. It says humans mainstream, but aka he pretty much means that it's in human nature, right? Everybody has a day of stagnation. Everybody feels like a day where it feels lazy. So that's kind of it. Is it like interior? Yeah, something like that. Yeah. 主人公のテキストが赤字のだった理由は、あの世界において主人公が悪だったからです。赤字が消えた時に悪ではなくなる。向こうでもしょうがねえなと許してくれるわけです。I says, can you give us a primary example of why was the protagonist text in red? In that world, by the way, the fabric world, right? Protagonist was evil there. But when the red letters disappear, it doesn't become evil anymore. And that's the reason why the other side was, I suppose, I guess, and kind of forgave us and let us go. Yeah, if you don't know, during the envelopment of human stagnation, the protag was caught. Whenever protag talked or protag mentioned something, it was written in text red, but it went away, right? And then the interviewer specifically says the Leonardo da Vinci caster that came in that part was quite the surprise. It says technically she did show up a little bit earlier in Ordeal Call 2, but whenever it comes to pushing protagonists back with words and the way you can do things like that, was definitely Da Vinci, who worked her butt off and did her very best during her first season as well. There were a lot of candidates as well, but I'm pretty sure that people would agree that if this specific person said it, it can't be helped. And the words that is very heavy. And because it's Da Vinci, and because it is adult Da Vinci, it carries that weight. but please do understand, but please do understand that this is not a season 1 Da Vinci, right? This is very important too. This is not season 1 Da Vinci. This is not a season 1 Da Vinci, that it was a Leonardo da Vinci that was summoned on that spot and got the information up front. That's all. It's very interesting that Nasu specifically says that this is not the season 1 Da Vinci, which is very interesting. It's just saying that it is a Leonardo da Vinci that just got summoned on the spot and kind of got, kind of got on the spot known. チャージ攻撃時についても重ねれば推奨名簿が構成世界成立 aka I think it's just world no 構成世界説 yeah the just world hypothesis theory I think it's called the justice world of hypothesis theory and the just world's fallacy and the just world it's hypothesis, fallacy, and belief. I think that was every time you come to Noble Phantasm. これはもうそのままですね。悪い目に遭っている人はきっと悪いことをしたしたに違いないと決めつける考え方です。仮説が賛同し自己中心というかムーンキャンサーにふさわしいことだと思います。この説を知っている人にはなるほどなど感じてもらえるでしょうし、知らない人には何か変なことを言っているなというくらいの受け止め方で言っても思えばいいです。Yeah, that is true. That is a little bit of moon cancer shenanigans there. Alright, so it's essentially talking about Leonardo da Vinci. It was awesome. Being pushed by your back with Da Vinci is always the best because the carriers of the word is very strong, right? But please do understand that it's not season 1 Da Vinci, but it is this Da Vinci that was summoned on the spot and kind of got no. It says whenever the MP, aka the charge attack by the moon cancer, comes with the word the fallacy, not fallacy, excuse me. It goes the following. It is the just fallacy and belief, right? So every charge attack, the moon cancer would have a title change saying the world just world hypothesis. Yeah, from a hypothesis it becomes a fallacy, and after fallacy it becomes justice or world belief, excuse me. Why is that? I gotta write that down. Sorry, it has to be correct in the order. It's hypothesis, fallacy. So hypothesis, fallacy, and belief. Just gotta write that down, just so I don't keep mixing it up. これはもうそのままですね。悪い目に遭っている人はきっと悪いことをしたに違いない。So yeah, can you explain that? So that's just a normal set of idea. Is it red text equals evil? It's evil to doubt Oberon? No, that was just that room exclusive. That's it. That has nothing to do with Oberon. It has just had to do with the exclusive in that room and why that your text of speaking to that world was read. So don't get that twisted, Chupa. And so Nasu explains that it's kind of self-explanatory, saying that if the person is having a bad time, or 悪い目に遭っている人は a person that's having a quote-unquote I think I should say suffering. Yeah, I think say suffering. So it's essentially Nasu saying if you see somebody suffering, you will come to the conclusion that they have they'll come to the conclusion that they're just suffering, right? That's the conclusion. And then the hypothesis would come into play. And then the hypothesis turn into a fallacy, then it becomes then a selfish reasoning will fill the gap. And that's kind of what it kind of fit the Moon Canceller narrative, right? So Nasu is specifically saying, quote unquote here, is that people, if the people are suffering, then the conclusion is that the hypothesis is that if the person is suffering, then they must have done something to suffer, right? And then it comes to the conclusion that the hypothesis turned into a fallacy, and then that fallacy turns into a selfish belief. And in a weird way, it's appropriate for Moon Cancer to have so. Right? To people who understand that logical conclusion, people would say, oh, I see, I understand, and you probably felt so. But for those who don't understand, it's okay. Just think of it as these people are saying something weird. And I think that's just the best way to accept it. And that's perfectly fine. How do I TLDR that? 悪い目に遭っている人はきっと悪いことをしたいけないと決めつける考え方ですね。仮説が誤解、そしてその誤解が信念に変わっていく自己中心というか、ムーンキャンサーにふさわしいというか。So, to TLDR, right? It's the Moon Cancer's way of coming up with a hypothesis and then using that hypothesis and using a fallacy to make up excuse, and then create a selfish belief through that fallacy to make it into your own, right? And then that's kind of what Mr. Nasu is saying, that it's kind of befitting of a Moon Cancer. It says, for those people who know, they would be like, oh, I see. For those people who don't know, just let it go, right? Just be like, what are these guys talking about? Speaking of Ordeal Call 3, the combination Noble Phantasm, the combined Noble Phantasm of Kishino Hakuo, right? The Hakuno Kishino, fucking combined MP of the 4-star Wellflares that you get after you beating Ordeal Call 3 was phenomenal, is what I've, that is definitely impressionist. Like, it's essentially, he's a big fan, right? Is what the interviews say. Nasu answers, I wanted to do that. We were going to 100% do that, so we did it. That's it. あれは絶対にやると決めていたので、やらせていただきました。It says, yeah, Nasu says, we were going to do this, and we did it. That's it. いや、まあ、お互い同一人物だから何の不思議もないんですし。It says, after all, these two people are practically the same person, right? So there shouldn't be any mysterious about it. It says, and then the interviewer goes, I was so excited that if I were to get both of them, you can activate the combined Noble Phantasm animation. So I was excited to see if that would happen if I were to obtain both of them and put him out in the field. And Nasu goes, unfortunately, that would not have ended well because Grand, right? AKA Grand. Grand shenanigans on top of other shenanigans. So it was that location exclusive. I believe that you can only see things at that moment makes things very valuable and very enjoyable as well. So the interviewer asked, will we have a combined Noble Phantasm gimmick actually come to FGO, right? So it's a saying that will there be a combined Noble Phantasm gimmick for the FGO play? Nasu straight up says, nope, not at all. At the current system, it is impossible. So this is Nasu Kinoko's final resistance, saying, if I can't do it in game, I'll do it inside of the story. And that was my last quote unquote resistance to it. So meaning that in the current FGO system, we cannot combine Noble Phantasm. There's no way we can do it, apparently. But because we can't do it, Nasu, busted out the Nasu tantrum and made the combined Noble Phantasm gimmick into the just story exclusive. So the interviewer asked specifically, by the way, if Karude's BB was the mastermind of the summer event all along, what would have been the Dubai Demon World, Makai, right? The Demon World tour would have been like. ドバイで株価戦争をする話でしたね。誰が発表している消費権が一番強いとか、毎日変動していってビリのやつから退場していくひどい話をしようかと。最後にビビちゃんが出てきて、株取引は怖いですよね。FX はダメだぞって。私は身を関して FX の危険性を皆様にぶちたましたのか。What the fuck, Nasu? What is FX? FX はダメだぞ。What is FX? FX はダメだぞ。私の自分って元諦めていた元はダメだったから一番儲かっているでしょう。FX? What is FX? I don't know what FX is. But essentially, if Ordeal Call 3 was not going to happen, and if BB Dubai wasn't hijacked, Nasu was just like, I was going to make a horrible story about Dubai stock exchange war. It says, every day there will be an announcement of who has the highest stock in value. And every day there would have been fluctuations of movements. And whoever's in the last place would have been eliminated little by little. It was a horrible story. In the end, BB Chan would show up and says, a stock exchange is a very scary thing. Say no to FX. So I suppose it's FX means fixing. Okay, so foreign exchange. Maybe it could be foreign exchange, Roto. I believe it is foreign exchange because we are talking about the stock market. So it says, the stock market exchange is a very scary place. Foreign exchange is a no-no. It says, I wanted to showcase this event and tell you the dangers of how FX now it makes sense. Yeah, if it's a foreign exchange, that would make sense. So good job, Roto. Sorry, I did not know the lingo there. So it says, so BB came personally to tell you the story of how dangerous foreign exchange could be. And but in the end, BB would have made the most money in the back corner. And as a funny story. So TLDR chat. Yeah, TLDR. If we didn't get Ordeal Call 3 or Summer Dubai shenanigans, Nasu would have created a Dubai stocks exchange war where everybody gets deleted, and in the end, BB-chan would just be like, stocks exchange are scary, guys. Don't do foreign exchange. Just I used myself as a sacrifice to tell you the dangers of foreign exchange, and apparently BB-chan would have made the most money there. It says moving on forward. Can you give us the explanation and the reasoning behind BB Dubai? How was she born exactly? So at very first, we came up with the name BB Celebrity. That was our very first get-go, but it had a weak punch. The naming had quite a lacking of this impact. So we changed her to BB Dubai. The BB Cosmos was a BB-chan that went to the moon. So we wanted to combine a spaceship and swimsuit, kind of metal that together to create it, and that's how it was born. It says, speaking of BB Dubai, her expression was quite abundant and quite a lot of different cut-ins. Especially with the Noble Phantasm cut, there were many different variants. I was quite surprised. And Nasu goes, after all, yes, of course it is. After all, this is the final. This is the last BB-chan. We made sure that she was fancy and elegant. And then the interviewer goes, what? Is this the last BB? Nasu specifically goes, after all, this is supreme, right? This is the ultimate BB after all. Yeah, I don't know about Golden Bunny or whatever, but Wada Arco busted this out and says, this is it. So I believe Wada Arco, parentheses, lol. Takeuchi gives his idea, saying that Golden BB, we came up with the idea spreading the fact that let's make BB golden and shiny, and we kind of just expand it from there. And then Nasu goes, the Golden BB part, we let Wada Arco do her thing. Yeah, what we suggested and what we named and what we talked about was that it was going to be a Golden BB as a name and a title, and that's it. So essentially, the final ascension of Shiny BB, the ultimate Golden Bunny BB, was specifically created by Wada Arcos. So we might not see another BB unless Wada Arco comes up with another BB. So it might be a BB final, chat. So get BB'd on. During Ordeal Call 3, Cosmodrop came in once more, and then after the event, after that, the next event she came arriving. It says now that out of all the sacrifices, 4 of them is now officially released. What happens to Violet? Will there be a time, or will there be a place where she will be available as well? Nasu answers, that'll be a little difficult. Yeah, that'll be a little difficult. Kazura Drop was coming as a star, star systematiki ni toujou shita. Kazura came in as a guest star, right? It's essentially came in as a Murian in LB6 as a star system, as just to be like a cameo, big dick cameo. But the user base reaction was so well we decided to pivot it to make her playable later on. We knew that we shouldn't give her right off the bat, so we wanted to showcase her one more time during summer, and then we would bust her out officially in the next event. And that's kind of how it carried out. So, Takeuchi said Violet could have been a welfare. We had a conversation for it as well. And then Nasu said, we sure did. It says, I believe if Ordeal Call 3 was a solo story, Violet would have probably came out as a welfare, in my opinion. But we were going to utilize summer event resources into Ordeal Call 3 situation, so it was very difficult to make it happen on that current spot. So the interviewer asked, so Violet can only be seen in Cosmodrop's Noble Phantasm. I really did wanted to see her move as a character. And then Nasu interjects saying, Violet is a rider like Sakura, right? Rider type Sakura. But we've recently showcased Saber Medusa in FGO, so if we were to showcase Violet, it would overlap a little too much. And so, まだ登場していない新キャラクターから実装することを優先しました。And so we decided that we would showcase the newer character that has not showed up instead of quote unquote, like it essentially they chose Cosmodrop and they chose Saber Medusa over Violet because they wanted to show FGO instead of Violet, right? They decided to bust out the new characters and then prioritized it. And says if we can hear anything about Star CL, if we could, in her quote unquote achievements, she has an achievement that says she has once saved the galaxy and to earn that title of sort. Can you explain about that? Quest を達成するとなぜか視界の端っこに出てくるんですよ。実績一度銀河を救ったってプリントしろ。ただゲームのパロディです。スペースファンタズムムーンと違ってスターシエルは本当に半分のサーバントユニバースの出身なのであそこにいれば銀河や一度や二度は救っているのではないかなと。So it says, whenever you complete a quest, you would kind of see that pop up in the corner of your eye every so often, remember? And so I just kind of wanted that as a game parody meme. That's all. Just understand that different from Space Phantasm Moon, Star CL is half servant, half universe existence. So whenever you're in the universe resident, you would, if you're CL and if you're kind of that caliber, you would save the galaxy once or twice, is what I think. By the way, Double X also has saved the galaxy once as well. It says, in the CL's flavor text, you specifically talked about the final battle showcased in Arcuate, against Arcuate. Now, which universe, which world, what timeline are you specifically talking about here? Nasu says, of course, it is in the universe timeline, servant universe timeline. It is not Tsukihime R. Okay? The 100% pure murdering each other conversation will probably be later later to be. Mata oi oi. Oi oi is a way of saying later, right? Essentially, understand that the flavor text of Ciel saying that she had a final confrontation with Arcuid. It is not in the world of Tsukihime R. It is not in the world of Tsukihime. It's not in the world of Fate. It is in the universe timeline. Okay, the Servant universe timeline. So the 100% pure blood killing each other battle will be later down the line. So that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes the very long Ordeal Call Passion Lip, Ordeal Call 3, Passion Lip Swimsuit, etc., etc. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. I know you guys got a lot of questions. Make sure you comment down below so I can give you more information on the comment section below. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next video. Peace. Oh my God. This shit is so long. It is insanity. Oh my God, dayo. Now I gotta read an entire page. Holy moly. And now I gotta read the entire page of Kadok, MASH, and etc. Oh me, oh my. What's happening? Give me a second. Let me get my music back on because obviously it fucking poofed. There we go. Oh my God, I need a voice break. Because yeah, we gotta talk about the Kadoroku and MASH. And then on top of that, we gotta talk about the Olgamuri, Third Ascension ifs, this year's Swim Say It comedy, end of the year service commentary. So we're probably gonna spend about another hour here. So let me get some drink real quick. After we get some drink, we're gonna start. Wanna Arco definitely watch Revival of Frieza when making that BB though? Probably. Alright, let me get some water to quench my thirst. And then another hour of translation. How you guys liking it so far, huh? What you think? What you think? They're spitting. They're spitting for real. All right. Got some food in me. Got some water in me. I was right. We were deprived of a welfare. Well, probably. Technically, it's not because it's a what if scenario. And technically, if you beat Ordeal Call 3, you do get a welfare called Hakuno, right? So technically, you did get a welfare if you beat Ordeal Call 3, which is Hakuno. And I think if the summer event was exclusive, it could have been a welfare violet. Who knows? Hakuno is like Habitron, not a welfare. Well, sure. But technically, you get it for free. So isn't that technically welfare? 야, 俺ともやらんぞと。 All right, here we go. All right, this is part 5, I think it was. And this is gonna be a long one too, so buckle up, Buttercup. AKA the fate of Kadok Zeppuramusu that we didn't know till the very end. So next, by the way, this will be Ordeal Call 4. Spoiler galore alert. Okay, this will practically going to spoil Ordeal Call 4. So just be careful if you don't want to hear it. I'll see you in 2 years, all right? And so the interviewer asked, next up, we would like to go back to Ordeal Call 4. My head is a little confused because in the last year's interview, you specifically said, Ordeal Call 3, you're in for a surprise, I think, is what you said. Is it mean by, what did you mean by that, sir? Nasu answered specifically, yes, that was especially Ordeal Call 4. Yep. When I saw the plot, right, when I saw the plot that was made at the moment and I supervised, it's Menzo Ikkaku on top of Mahjong. And even I said to myself, wait, even I won't go that crazy far, is what the first impression was. Lol. But it definitely was when I saw the plot and the story progression. It was around hell. They had a quote unquote Showa, which is like the 80s, right? The 80s apartment, and kind of had like a room share event. I suppose because of the characters that plays those specific roles, I believe we were able to get away with it. So essentially, if you guys don't know, Maison Ikkaku is about like a semi-love story. It's about room sharing and living under living under the same place, kind of a love story to an extent. And Mahjong, if you don't know Mahjong, Mahjong's Mahjong. So we literally had a Mahjong experience in FGO, explaining things left and right, while having like this, like room sharing scenario shenanigans, which were pretty impressive. Even Nasu's like, I won't even go this crazy. But because of the characters that play that role in the quote unquote room sharing, I believe they can get away with it. Then the interviewer says, when you said that, I thought an ordeal called 3 MASH was going to become a 5-star, right? Nasu said that was part of it as well, but I think nobody これは誰も予測できないだろうとな. Says, yeah, I thought and I knew that nobody would have predicted this. Parentheses lol. So I think Nasu knew that we would know that MASH would become a 5-star later. And last but not least, Metatron Junnu. The surprise of new Junnu's arrival and utilizing a material called the Great Angel, right? The Great Angel, the Archangel of Metatron. That surprised as well. Because up till now, FGO was doing their very best to try to avoid using angels with angels with names specifically. これまでの FGO は名前のある天使を使うのを避けていましたから。So yeah, it's essentially Metatron Drawn Surprise, MP 5-star Mass Surprise, and FGO was avoiding using angels with names until now. It says, can you tell us more about MASH becoming a shield paladin? Right? Shield. It says paladin, but it's paladin, right? When was this truly planned out from the big? When was this truly planned out? Nasu specifically says, right when the season 2 started, we wanted the final goal for her to become a 5-star. We kind of had that kind of like plopped. In all honesty, we were trying to plan to make her turn into a paladin around LB6 or LB7, but in the end, we come up with a lot of ideas and we made her a paladin at the very, very end. Game の途中でパラディンにしてしまうと性能がお絵描きになるのであまり使われなくなってしまいます。それならば最後の最後でパラディンにして性能を上げていけばもう終わりも見えているし、上映不満は出ないだろうと考えました。ひいきしているといったような不満は出てないだろうという考えですね。It says, yeah, at the beginning of the season 2, we knew for the fact that she was going to become 5-star. We had a chance to make her LB6, LB7 turn her into Paladin, but in the end, we made her a Paladin at the very end of it. And during the gameplay, if we turn her into Paladin, the capability would be overwritten once more, and she might not get used because of its complexity once more. So we came to the conclusion is why don't we just make her paladin at the end, raise her potentials and capabilities all the way up. We already see the ending. So we wanted to make sure that there was no uncomfortability or unsatisfactory to her creation. ひいきしているといったような不満は出てないだろう。そういうことの考えです。So it's essentially a lot of people are saying you don't hear people complaining, right? You don't hear complaints about MASH being a 5-star, right? And that was kind of the reason why we did it. Then if that's the case, why did you change your cost to 0 to 16? It says if we were to make her 5-star gimmick into a 0 cost, then the game will completely break. Then the game would break. It's the classic. It's the player's choice. You can use cost 16 and use a awesome MASH. You're more than welcome to do so. But if you want to change the cost back to 0, you're more than welcome to use her as a shielder. it is definitely people's decisions, and we let that choose it themselves. あの展開につなげるのはかなり苦労されたのではないんでしょうか。これまでの話でも合成を保つマッシュの助言や情熱を追いかけ、初心を細かく象徴する必要だったと思います。初めてから決まってたことなので、各シナリオね、知らないを貼っていましたね。最後のゴールへ向かってチェックポイントを名付けていて、マラソンみたいなものですね。ただ、総称4は自分が書いたわけではないので、マッシュ周りはすべて監督して手を入れています。そこにちょうどリリスというキャラクターが爆上してくれたので、ストーリーが分かりやすい形になりました。もともと矛盾であることは良いことでもあり、悪いことでもあるというテーマだったので、当初から目指していた場所にきっちりたどり着けたと思います。So essentially, interviewer specifically states, in order to hand in hand and line up all these sequences together, I bet you had quite the difficult time. In the story so far, Mash's praise, Mash's praise, Mash's helps, and feelings and emotions and encouragement words that's been given to her to kind of picture all that and detailedly adjust it to the right place at the right time to showcase in these sort of format. I bet it required a lot of hand-eye coordination and detailed focus. 初めから決めていたことなので、各シナリオでの情報を貼っていきました。最終的なゴールへ向かってチェックポイントを詰めてマラソンみたいなものですね。ただ、総称の4は自分が書いただけなので、マッシュで終わりです。So it's Nasu answers, we knew from the very get-go that this was going to be the case. So we checked each scenario and we made it happen, right? We checked each scenario. I bet you the reason why we have the CG pictures now is Nasu specifically says, hey, I want the fucking CG on FGO so I can pluck it for Ordeal Call 4. I bet that was the reason why. I bet Nasu said somebody make a function out of that, and somebody said, hey, if we're gonna use this, might as well add it to FGO. I bet you. Because essentially Nasu is saying that we knew for the get-go, like utilizing Mash's and utilizing other side characters to help Mash push forward emotions, encouragements of words, and etc. In order to reach the final goal, it was a marathon all the way to this point. So we had checkpoints nested for important things. However, Ordeal Call 4 was not written by me. So whenever it came to Mash's stuff, I supervised a lot of it. It says, during that time, the character called Lilith's explosive birth quite helped out. And the story became much more understanding in structure, and it was awesome. Because understand that being innocent is both a good thing and a bad thing was was kind of the main theme that we were going for here. So I believe that we were able to, quote unquote, reach where we were going from the very beginning. Right? It's essentially Nasu saying innocence is good, but innocence is also evil, right? Bad. That was kind of the theme of Ordeal Call 4 in general, including Mash as well. So, and then it says that was the kind of the original objective that we were aiming for. Glad to reach it in there. マッシュに対するリリースの立ち回りはイブをそそかした蛇のような印象がありましたね。そうですね。ただリリースは上場しているのは蛇ではなく、極化人の悪魔がベースですね。人間の敵対者というよりは人間の保護者という立場で 人間になりたかったけどなれなかった者が抱く感情としてマシュへの憎しみは正当なものだと考えました。先ほどお話した通り、何かリリースが嫌いに、なんかリリースが嫌いになれないという感覚は物語で終わってみると、ああいうパーソナリティなら、マシュはどうしても認めできなかったのだろうと理解してできるからと思います。So it's essentially interviewer asked, "What's the Lilith's, stance around MASH?" It almost had a feeling of Adam and Eve, right? Adam and Eve getting tempted by the snake. It kind of had that impression on me whenever MASH was confronted by Lilith. So Nasu says, I suppose that could be seen as so. However, please do understand that Lilith is not the Old Testament Holy Bible snake, but the origin demon is her base, right? AKA she's Lilith, right? She's technically like the first demon. That is the quote unquote based, right? She's not the Old Testament but original demon, right? That's the thing that Nasu's going for. 人間の敵対者というよりは人間の保護者という立場ですね。So like technically Lilith is not the enemy of humanity, right? Like she's not trying to be the enemy of humanity, but she's kind of positioned herself as like a caretaker of humanity or someone that is supposed to guard, right? Because Lilith wanted to become human, but she couldn't. And so she kind of had this feeling of not being able to become humans. And so the hatred that she has towards MASH was justifiable. Is what I thought in mind in making, ideas for her. And like like we discussed before in the interview, MASH stating the fact that she couldn't dislike Lilith. Like I just can't. MASH couldn't bring herself to dislike Lilith or hate Lilith. That it was you will come to the conclusion that for MASH, right, now that the story concludes, right, after the story concludes, it was definitely with the new personality of MASH, it was something that it was not tolerable by MASH, right? ああいうパーソナリティなら、マッシュはどうしても起因できなかったのと理解できるからと思う。So it's essentially Nasu is saying that you can't really dislike Lilith. You can't dislike, you can't hate on Lilith because that's how she is, right? But MASH never really got along with it because she is the way she is personality. And so like you would understand once you end the story of why each individual feelings have feelings for each other, right? How Lilith hated MASH and MASH in the end kind of disliked Lilith, and that's perfectly fine, right? And it's funny because once MASH started hating Lilith, Lilith started liking MASH a little bit, right? Because it's just like, you finally became a fucking human/servant. It says, can you tell us why Lilith's first impression that she called herself Eileen Adler? Why did she do that? Nasu answers, that was 100% hate towards MASH. She knows right off the bat that MASH was a Sherlock Holmes fan, a big one. And so she wanted to take a stance and kind of, do a dick move to be the lover of Sherlock Holmes and kind of, bully MASH. And however, MASH is saying that that's a lie and kind of ended that whole shebang. It says, next up, we would like to talk about the Shield Paladin design, if you could, please. So Takeuchi says, when it comes to MASH become a paladin, we knew from the very get-go that it was going to occur. We wanted to make it as white, right? Pure white, very clear, purity of white style design, just like a holy knight was kind of our image. That was kind of it. That's it at first. But when we were trying to design her perfectly, we came to the conclusion of what should MASH really look like and how we should go from there. And we had a lot of options to choose from, and we definitely struggled a little bit. And then the interviewer asked, can you tell us the thought process of how you got to the current MASH's design? さては通常の時のデザインの印象が強かったので変えたことで残念だと思われないように細かの注意を払いました。もともと縦のデザインを担当していた小山博和さんと相談しながら順調に決めていましたね。So it says the quote-unquote shield, right, in her normal form, shield design was very impressionable and strong. And we don't want to feel unfortunate or sad or lose any more characteristics on that just because we changed it. And so we definitely kind of honed it in, right? Like in detailed, in a fine line, in a fine tune, in a quote unquote, just like great care, right? Like they kind of just treated it with super respect and super care. And they paid attention to that detail to make sure that it doesn't get messed up. The quote-unquote, the shield design by Koyama Hirokazu, we also discussed. So it's essentially Ascension 1 artist for MASH. Takeuchi was discussing with him as well and coming up with the paladin form very nicely, precisely, and pure, and like really MASH and Holy Knight style. I mean, paladin style slash the quote unquote Holy Knight. And then if you can, the second noble phantasm, Ray Proof, right? Ray Proof Kirieraito. Can you tell us about the design on that more specifically? ブラックバケルが変形するギミックがあると聞いて、視聴したナスさんがシューティングゲームの自動機みたいな感じにしてほしいと言われましたね。さすがにそれは社内でできるものではなかったので、チョコさん、麦谷光一さんにお願いしました。お忙しい時期だったのですが、そんな面白い話があったら僕がやりますよというすぐいただく引き受けていましただけ。By the way, yeah, Choco made a fucking meme about Choco made a fucking meme about that. That's pretty funny. どれもかっこよかったので、今の資料用にも最終日にやりました。So yeah, please talk about Ray Proof Kirieraito's design. Takeuchi says, we heard that there was going to be a change in the Black Barrel gimmick. So when we asked about it, Nasu specifically says, I want the games that you see in the arcade, right? Remember the shooting arcade? Shooting game no jidouki ni naritai. So like he wanted the like what's the word? You know, in shooting games, weapon changes like so cool, like in like Armored Cores and shit and other things. It's essentially Nasu said, hey, I want a shooting game machine gimmick cool shit for the upgraded change form of Black Barrel. Unfortunately, we were not able to pull such thing in the quote-unquote Tight Moon artist slash Studio BB artist slash, La Single. So we asked Choco, aka the artist of Melicin and Ruler Melicin. We asked Choco for the design. Choco was in a very busy era, right? Busy time, busy arc, most busy circumstances. However, when we gave the offer, Choco said, that sounds like a fun topic, I'll do it, and quote unquote accepted it wholeheartedly. It says we also had different variants. We had also different variants and ideas. Choco spit it out and we choose it from there. Nasu says a lot of them, and most of them looked so awesome and cool, but we chose the final one that looks very well with her white outfit.パープルの多めの案もありました。ブラックバレーは黒いからかっこいいというイメージからね、かなり悩みましたよね。そうそう、黒を捨てるのはどうなんだろうという気持ちもあったんですけどね。それともパラディンのデザインが白かったので、それに合わせて第2オーグも白くしてもらいました。ただ、変化ギミックまではさすがにお願いしますとは言えなかったので、変化に関してはそれらしく不思議な形でつながるようにしています。第一のカットインはアルトリアがセーバーの往生する立ちの姿でやはり意識されていた。いえ、そこではあんまり意識していません。オーグをかっこよく見せることに第一を考えた結果、盾を構えたもっとかっこいい商標が神明だったことなんですね。そこは合わせたって言っとこうよ円卓の騎士としてアーサー王にリスペクトを感じているのはないでしょうか。はは。そういうことでお願いしますSo yeah, it's essentially Choco made it happen. It says, was there any other ideas and suggestions? And then Nasu says, there were a lot more purple in the very first prototype. In the clothing. And then Takeuchi says, Black Barrel was black. And because it was black colored completely, jet black, it was awesome. And it kind of looked cool as an image. So we definitely struggled to see if we wanted to turn into purple or completely something else. And then Nasu goes, yep. It says, we definitely had a hard time of feeling of throwing the black color away because it looked cool. Then Takeuchi goes, however, because the paladin design was white, we definitely wanted to, quote unquote, match the design pattern and her second noble phantasm. We decided to go white as well. 変形ギミックまではさすがにお願いしますとは言えなかったので、変形に関しては。It says, unfortunately, when it comes to the transformation gimmick, we could not just say, please do it and have like an entire change sequence. So when it comes to the transformation, just understand that it mysteriously happens and it works. Yeah, それではお願いしますと言えなかったので、感心してはそれは不思議な形でつながるようになっています。第一のカットインはアルトリア・セーバーの浄土される立ち絵ですが、So then interviewer asks, right? The interviewer specifically asks, in the very first Noble Phantasm cut-in, she takes a stance very similar to Artoria's saber. Was that purposefully implemented, or was that talk about it to give forward? Takeuchi goes, no, not at all. We didn't even think about it for a mere second. Our only goal at the very time was to make the Noble Phantasm look really cool. And in the end, we came to the conclusion that if she held the shield the way it did, she would look cool. And that was the honest truth. And it did look cool, so we went with that. So essentially, if you don't know, the very first Noble Phantasm of MASH, and if you look at the cosplay of MASH, remember where she kind of stand like still and then busted out her hands up in the air like she was holding Excalibur, but technically she was supposed to be holding her shield paladin, right? And then yeah, the interviewer specifically asked, was that respect to Artoria? And Takeuchi was like, nah, it just looked cool and it just kind of made it that way. And then Nasu was like, come on, man, we should have just said we did and just moved on. Lol. Takeuchi says, as a Knights of the Round Table, I believe she had respect towards King Arthur. I believe he had respect towards King Arthur, and it became the way it is. Parentheses, lol. And then Nasu's like, that's it. Ship it and print it, baby. So yeah, it's essentially the first Ascension. Their goal was to make it super look cool. It just happened to be that, you know, Artoria's stance was the best. And then Nasu was just like, come on, man. Okay, you're supposed to say we did it on purpose. It was intentional. And then Takeuchi's like, I suppose to give respect to the Knights of the Round Table and give respect to the King Arthur. And then Nasu's like, yep, it's exactly it. Ship it. Speaking of noble, the very first Noble Phantasm, the animation showcased 12 pieces of light. Can you explain that? It says, 英雄を呼ぶラウンドテーブルはありますが、もう13番目の席はないよという意識を込めましたね。So it says, we still have, Nasu answers why there was 12 lights. The indication was we still have the round table to summon heroic spirits, but it was also the indication that there is no 13th seat. もう13席、13番目の目の席はないよという意識。So yeah, it's essentially Nasu is saying that there is no more 13th seat. Meaning that Galahad ain't coming. Got him. Hogue の魔人知や演習はすべて小山さんにディレクションしてもらって構成しました。So Takeuchi says, when it comes to the first Noble Phantasm, the magical crest and its animations and motions were all done by the original person who created Mash's shields and its animation gimmicks. So we let Mr. Koyama-san to was all the directions on them and then made it happen. So the interviewer also asked, what happened to Black Barrel? Could we no longer use the Black Barrel because it is now fused to Mash? Nasu specifically says, yes, we no longer can't use Black Barrel, but we can still, the quote unquote, the functionality, one of the few functionalities of Black Barrel of accomplishment measure. Accomplish measure, right? The accomplished measure to see the life form's value is still capable. So Nasu is saying that we can no longer use Black Barrel because it's part of our Noble Phantasm now. But we can still utilize the light form value indicator accomplishment measure functionality still returns. It says, let's talk about Ordeal Call 4. We finally say goodbye to our Kadok. Was this ending already realized, or was this ending was this ending set in stone from the very beginning of Ordeal Call 4? Nasu answers, I told everybody that we should not kill him until the very end. 自分は最後まで殺すなと言ったんですけどね、担当のライターさんがここで退場させますと強く主張していたんですよ。じゃあこういう形で退場しましょうよという話になりました。So Nasu specifically says, I was on a side of not killing him to the very end. But the writer in charge of Ordeal Call 4, the writers in charge of the Ordeal Call 4 specifically had a strong intention for strong intention to have a strong intention to have. Oh shit! I just said his name. Kadok to leave in this arc. So then we came up to the topic of then we should make him exit stage left this way, and then the conversation truly started. 割とギリギリまで決まっていませんでしたね. So Takeuchi says whether Kadok lives or dies, we really didn't know till the very end. To the very end, and actually, to be honest with you.第2部5章までは決まっていたのですが、そこまで進んだところで無理に殺す必要なんかないんじゃないかと物語を仕組んでいくライブ感もあったので、カルデアに根をついた死ぬ必要のないキャラクターは殺さなくてもいいという考えになりましたね。もしろ退場させるのであれば、そのキャラクターに死ぬ意味を与えてほしいとライターさんには伝えて、増益する死んだり、罪下ろしのために死んだりするのではなく、ああいう形になったんです。So, yeah, it's essentially, Nasu says, we knew for a fact that Kadok was going to survive until LB5. But now that we've gotten this far, we came to the consensus of why not just not kill him? The consensus was we don't have to forcefully kill him off. And as the story went forward, Kadok added an additional live feeling, right? Additional input to it, which was really nice. And we came to the conclusion to the fact that カルデアに根付いた死ぬ必要のないキャラクターを殺さなくてもいいという考えになりました。So we come to the conclusion that if they rooted to Cardea and the character just doesn't need to die, we don't have to kill him right off the bat, or we don't have to kill him in general. Was the thought process that we came to a conclusion for? Because if we wanted to make them retire or leave, we wanted to give the meaning of their death, right? We wanted to give that character their meaningful death. And that's why I wanted, that's why I kind of pressed on the writers to make that character have, aka Kadok, right? And I don't wanted, that's why I don't wanted an insta-death or a dying to quote unquote cleanse of sins, or feeling guilty for it, right? Like atone for his sins. I think that's the better word to say it, right? Atone for his sins or instantly die. But he left in that specific shape of that form, right? It's essentially Nasu saying is that he was supposed to live up to LB5, but then come to the conclusion of we shouldn't forcefully kill a character off right off the bat. And then because Kadok kind of gave additional perspective and kind of gave it more lively feature, they didn't want to kill him yet. But if we were going to retire Kadok, we wanted to give him a meaningful death, that his death had some sort of meaning. And that's what we implied to the writers. And that's why, that's what it implied to the writers, and writers wrote that it wasn't an instant death, or it was for atoning his sins and whatever's like that, but it ended up exactly like that specific way that occurs in Ordeal Call 4. 納得のいくものでしたし、未来につながる退場だと思います。ただ悲しいだけで終わるのではなく、世界を救うモチベーションの一つになる、そんな退場ですからね。Then interviewer goes, the way he left was very understandable. After all, I believe it is he left the scene or stage that definitely would connect everybody, including, just essentially, it was exit stage left that connected to the future. And then Nasu answers, the story didn't end as a sad ending. The fact that he left as also another motivation to save the world. So I'm glad that it was the way it was. 総称4ではルーラーとも分かれることになりました。総称2の分かると似ている感じでしたが、意識されていたのでしょうか。おそらく私たちライターの手癖ですね。そうしないとシナリオがまとまらないと考えたのでしょう。本来ルーラーと分かれる必要はありませんでした。手を切るべきはアベンジャーだけで、それは憎しみで戦ってはいけないという意味合いです。オルターエゴはただ理解すればいい。第4章は人類暗決に認められなければならないという指示がありましたが、書いている最中にライターがそういう感じたのならそれを否定しません。やるべきことさえクリアしていれば名作家さんの代表になるように頑張ってと言った以上はそういう変更はしないようにしていました。So, an interviewer asked, Ordeal Call 4, we had to say goodbye to our rulers. Was this a similar feeling that was with Ordeal Call 2 as well? Can you describe a little bit more in detail? Nasu specifically says, I believe it was just kind of our writers' habits, right? We writers' habits of doing things. AKA, we writer habits of doing things. He probably, the person that's in charge of Ordeal Call 4, said he probably could not have connected the scenario if the conclusion wasn't similar to Ordeal Call 2. In actuality, there was no reason. In actuality, there was no reason for us to leave the ruler. The only ties we needed to cut were Avengers. Because the whole meaning was we shouldn't fight with hatred. We shouldn't use hatred to fight was kind of the entire meaning of it all. After all, alter ego, all you need to know is understand alter ego, and that was perfectly fine. And during Ordeal Call 4's humanity's human trial, right? Humanity's trial. They have to accept the humanities trial in Ordeal Call 4 as one of the main topics. But during the writing session, if the writer wanted to feel it that way, I was not in a position to deny that. Because as long as the criteria has been cleared, I wanted this story to be the I wanted this story to be the writer's best effort. And because I told them to do their best effort, I was not going to change just due to my whim. Essentially, Nasu is saying, technically, we didn't have to say goodbye to our rulers, but the only thing we needed to say goodbye was our Avengers. But if it's just probably writer's habit. If the writer thought the ruler needed to go away, it was the writer's choice, and he respected that. Nasu specifically says, as long as the criteria that we gave the writer, right, that's in charge of the ordeal call, clears it, they can do whatever they want with their story, because we wanted that story to represent their best storytelling. Then the interviewer asked, let's talk about the enemies that showed up in Ordeal Call 4. these angels. Can you tell us the reason why they are so mechanical look-alike? To change the angels into a mechanical being, a wonderful idea was Miss Kaneko Kazuma, the creator of Shin Megami Tensei. I remember her so fondly that she was the first one to kind of bust out this idea. I believe Miss Kaneko, Kaneko-san always says that angels are nothing more than machines that represents the command of the god. 天使は神の命令を代行するだけの機械なものだと語られていました。Yep. The angels are nothing more than a mechanical thing that that does the command of God, is what they have been told. So the angels that comes up in Ordeal Call 4 are technically not real angels. They're essentially utilized by Metatron and their angel armies as a system. So I believe it fitted the theme of a mechanical type design to kind of fit the narrative, right? Essentially saying that in Ordeal Call 4, all the mechanical angels are not real angels. They're just a mechanical system that Metatron utilized to create an angel army, and that's why they come to the decision of mechanical angels is the right call. Also, 100% fucking shout out to Shin Megami Tensei reference for the mechanical angels. And then the interviewer says, the fact that it was very unique that it had no face. Nasu specifically says, they're merely existent to achieve a system, and they're a part of the system, and they are not unique in individual unit. That was the intention of doing so. Takeuchi says, in order to bring out angels in FGO, we definitely needed to create a design that satisfied the fans to an extent. The very first prototype stage of the angel was a little too mechanical and looked too cheap for too cheap and too mechanical. So the design we have redone and redo multiple times, and we've hurdled a couple of problems in there and came to the shape and size and the conclusion to those forms. So the interviewer asked, what about Metatron Jannu's design? What sort of direction did you give in order for Metatron Jannu to happen? Takeuchi specifically says, if you guys do not know, the Jannu's design was done by me. Jannu's design was done by me all the way through. But in order to make Metatron Jannu, we asked the Fate Apocrypha Jannu writer, Konoe Ototsugu. And that's where the conversation begins. Simultaneously, これまでのジャンルと違う形にするため、少し幼い感じを見た目にしよう。第二の字はいわゆるダメな天使に引きこもりみたいな素材を入れてっていただきました。So it says, in order to do that, we wanted to make sure that this Jannu was different from other Jannus that we've seen before, but still had that familiar feeling as First Ascension. And during the Second Ascension, we kind of created a angel that was useless, right? The little useless, slothful angel that likes to, lock herself away like a neat. Kind of that property added in, and that's kind of how she is born. 打ち合わせの時に俺が究極の BB を作るから君は究極のジャンルを作ってくれと担当さんに伝えました。So Nasu, during the meetup and during the conversation and conference, he specifically said to Wada Arco, I want you to make the quote unquote ultimate BB. So I want you, aka Konoe Ototsugu, right? The person who draws Jannu in the Fate Apocrypha manga and light novel. Quote unquote, I told him to make the ultimate Jannu for me. And that's what I also told individual writers as well. That describes Ordeal Call and quote unquote 3 and 4. 究極のジャンヌとなると、じゃあ天使だなとライターさん側がアイデアを出したんですよ。そのためメタトロンを出していいですかと聞かれたので、本物じゃないからいいよと返して生まれました。It says whenever the supreme, right, aka the ultimate Jannu, when that idea came into the play, the writer straight up asked, why don't we go for Angel? And so that side of idea instantly popped up. When that happened, somebody said, what if we use Metatron? Can we use this idea? And when I got asked, I told them, because it's not real, I said the okay and let them have it, right? So essentially, Nasu is saying that the ultimate Jannu is an angel that's not real, right? 聞かれたので、本物じゃないからいいよと返して生まれました。It says, yeah, quote unquote, the interviewer asked, if you say it's not real, does the real one exist somewhere? Then Nasu answered, in the FGO world, probably not. ただ、それはあくまで魔術世界の話です。聖堂教やの奥の方へ行けばメタトロンは存在するかもしれません。タイムーンではそういう天使の一般的な意味では天使とは否らないんです。So it says, yeah, when it comes to FGO, no. But specifically on FGO, we're specifically talking about the world of mages, right? In the mages of the world, the real one doesn't exist. In the mage world, okay? In the mage world, the real one don't exist. But if you go to the Holy Church, right? If you go to the Holy Church, and perhaps if you go deep into the Holy Church, perhaps maybe there is an existence that is Metatron. Type Moon でそういう天使は一般的な意味での天使とはいなるのです。I said when it comes to Type Moon, angels, angels in a lot of different meanings are a little different than what it means. 天使は一般的な意味で天使とはいなるのです。Yeah, so it's essentially saying that in Type Moon, the concept of angels is a little irregular, right? It's a little irregular. Type Moon angel concept is a little regular, so please do understand that it's gonna be a little wacky tacky, is what Nasu is saying. Right? Because angels don't exist in Type Moon, quote unquote. Because Type Moon angels are different from the general history angels. That's what they're kind of implying. So Ordeal Call 4. In the final of Ordeal Call 4, Galahad came in and the battle surprise was insane. Nasu says that's right. It says as a video game, right? As a game, a surprise is a must and a need. It says when it comes to Lilith, even if we make her a boss, she's a gotcha servant, so whenever she comes into a pickup, everybody will know right away. It says once they are falsified that beating the Lilith equals the end, while they have that guard down during just the story part surprise and busted out Galahad. 方言演出はどういうデザインされたのですか? It says, when it comes to the noble phantasm design, can you explain a little bit more about that? Nasu says, by the way, the noble phantasm animation actually existed quite a long ago. マシの大元になったシールダーというクラスは、フェイトステイナイトの if ストーリーを抱えて、を各劇場版の工作があり、そこで設計されたものなんですよ。月型となったキャラクターはタチエという名前で、少女が使うホークが城を呼び出してビームを放つものでした。その時、P. ファラザさんに書いていただいたコンテンツからネタを引き取って、その上でえげつない攻撃防具をすると方向が決まりました。攻撃防具というのも面白いですね。そうですね。守るということは相手を倒すこととはっきり言っているので、そういった空気を読まないクールなところがギャラハッドらしい。本当にランスロットの息子かフォーリナーに関してはドバイの時に同じようにきちんと物語を組み込ますよ。ユーザーさんがこの紙に出るのかと驚いてもらえるもん。Wait, so are you... Hold up! Hold up! Alright, so Nasu says some next level shit. Chat, our summer event might be a foreigner event. Chat, you better prepare your pantyhose. Our summer event might turn into a foreigner event. That's pretty funny. If he's gonna pull another ordeal called Tiki EXD, that would be pretty funny. But anywho, can you tell us the design of the Noble Phantasm? So Nasu specifically says, by the way, the Noble Phantasm animation existed from a very long time. Then Takeuchi specifically says, the MASH that is a shielder that was utilized most of its asset during the Fate Stay Night If story. Bruh, there was a movie planned? Bruh, what the fuck? What happened? Essentially, there was a movie, right, movie script ready for a Fate Stay Night What If story that kind of characterized the MASH Shielder class shenanigans. It says the origin character was Tachie. So if you guys don't know, there was a quote-unquote Fate Stay Night If story of Tachie, which was practically MASH as a shielder, being like a yandere spooky. And then whenever she uses her Noble Phantasm, Tachie, aka Proto-MASH, she would call upon a castle gate, and from the castle gate, a laser beam would be emitted. When that happened, we let Miss PFALZ, right, Pafraza, P-Faraz-san, we made her write the artist and the drawing content that she's already gave us as a draft. We utilized that asset and pulled it and made it into an attack Noble Phantasm was the direction we immediately went for. And then the interviewer specifically says an attack Noble Phantasm is quite hilarious, isn't it? Nasu specifically says, that's right. Galahad specifically stated, whenever you're protecting something, that means you also defeat the enemy, right? Galahad said that specifically. He's such a cool, can't read the atmosphere, is just like, wait. So Nasu says that's right. Galahad states, if you're protecting something or someone, defeating the enemy counts as so. He says it he says it there too. The fact that he can say those lines without even reading the mood, saying it so cool is Galahad, is Galahad's personality. Is he really Lancelot's son? As a joke, right? 本当にランスロットの息子か? And then last but not least, Mr. Interviewer here asks a really good question. It says, Ordeal Call 4 is now over, and now we're going back to Antarctica. But I still feel like the Foreigner story has not been completely resolved, in my opinion. And then Nasu goes, when it comes to Foreigners, just like Dubai, just like similar to Dubai, Dubai の時と同じようにきちんと it says just like similar to Dubai, we will implement the story. Yeah, just like Dubai, we're going to implement the story inside of things cleanly and properly. The user will probably say, what on earth is happening? Why is it coming at this time? And I'm pretty sure they'll be surprised by it. So there is a confirmation that we're going to have a story of foreigners, right? Nasu just confirmed it at the very last sentence. Simultaneously, if Nasu wants to do it again, our summer event has turned into another foreigner event. So it's a summer, then it's going to be a summer foreigner event, right? So it's going to be like Ordeal Call 5, Teehee EXD. But it's probably somewhere around October. I think it's October. While summer is sus, Nasu and the gang is known to not do the same thing twice, but do the same thing similarly twice. So I can almost tell you that our quote unquote our October, our quote unquote Halloween, that is the perfect timing to kind of give out foreigner, because remember we kind of ended also with the Cinderella, so technically a foreigner element is implemented in the Cinderella aka Elizabeth files. So I can definitely see Ordeal Call 5, Halloween Boogaloo, just like Dan said, could be a possibility. Okay. But Trubs doing stuff twice is new for them? Not really. They've always been very good at not doing the same shit again and again, but they're always known for doing the same shit in a different way. So I don't think it's gonna be this summer. Just because in the next interview, Nasu specifically talks about how this year's swimsuit event is gonna be just comedy. But that does conclude the quote-unquote Ordeal Call for Nasu Takeuchi interview. Make sure you guys like, comment, and subscribe. If you got any questions, do let me know. And what do you guys think? When do you think the foreigner story will drop? Will it be in October or will it be in summer? I'll see you in the next video. TTFN. Ta-ta for now. You say that, but Nasu has lied before. Nasu never lies. You gotta understand. Nasu doesn't lie. He plays around with words. My boy Nasu does put up a face every so often, but he does try his best to not blatantly lie, right? He utilizes the quote-unquote Oberon tactic. Yeah, exactly, Dan. Right? Where he is telling the truth, but if you look deep enough, it's bullshit. But simultaneously, simultaneously, if he's going to lie, he is going to create a plot hole or a escape plan in his words, so he can be like, technically I didn't say it like that, you know. He is a wordsmith, so he does have a couple methods of just like, technically I didn't lie. That's what Nasu is, which is both funny, annoying, and great. Mole's gonna be hearing voices again, perhaps? Probably. Yeah, probably. Who knows? We might get Monica Foreigner just for shits and giggles. All right, so I got 1, 2, 3 more sections. Holy shit, I'm fucking sweating like a pig, boys. I mean, once you can lock on his way of speaking, you can definitely catch him. Oh yeah, 100%. That's why I said like the summer could be sus, right? He specifically says that Foreigner's story, right, will be the same as Dubai. It will be implemented into the story. The user base will say, the user base will be surprised that at this timing, at this timing it came by. So it's either going to be September Lotto or September event, or it's going to be October Halloween into the Foreigner story, right? Because when you read this article, you already anticipate that summer is sus. And 100% that could definitely be a possibility, right? Because the way he said, just like Dubai, right? Just like the Dubai, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to attach it to the story, right? So that means the next few events, we're going to have a story, then a +1. But it's too predictable if you do it summer, because that's 2 years in a row doing the same shit. Which I think Nasu learned from his lesson from reading Ordeal Call. Probably not. I think a few people fucking hated the concept of summer into Ordeal Call. But I don't think he's gonna do that to this summer. But who knows? Could happen. Could happen. At the end of the random ass event, somebody's gonna find a door. True. Okay. 3 more chapters, 3 more chapters, 3 more chapters, 3 more chapters. I got this. I got this. See, I fucking knew it. Olga Murray's first ascension is summer event related. FGO の初期の関連レソリミテッドゼロオーバーでマスターが一人前になった。if limited zero over? Limited zero. Okay. ショルがマニが大成功、大成していてという。おう、またそういうので、ぜひ楽しみに。Okay, that's what you mean. Okay. Is she gonna get a swimsuit skin? Olga already has a swimsuit skin. What you talking about, homie? Do you not know that Olga already has a swimsuit skin? It's technically her first ascension, but booty cheeks, but we already have a craft essence here. Hello? What the fuck? Do they not have the picture of craft essence of you, Olga Murray? What the Sigma? Trash. Life of Olga. That's funny. What? She doesn't fucking. Oh my god! I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. Oh, I hate the fact that they have a separate sheet for that. It's so stupid. There it is, chat, right here. Baba boy. There's the swimsuit President Ocean. I would also be funny because she'll have 20% bomb from costume CE as well. Yes, sir. I will not be surprised that Olga will get a swimsuit skin. Like, I will not be surprised. I love the fact that like in the voice line you can clearly tell that Muramasa did such a good job that it actually nerfed Olga. That's so funny. Trumps, have you ever noticed similarities between Olga's weight and Arcuid's weight in Luminary? Oh, like, I don't know, you know? I wonder, right? Why could that be? Why is she the same thing as Archetype Earth? I wonder. I wonder why, Omar. I wonder why. It's a mystery that a lot of people will never know. Probably until the end of the game, but who knows? It could be anything, Omar. Could be anything. It could mean that she might just be fat. We don't know. President already won and took a vacation El Clasica. That's right. Nice fucking stupid ass spoiler there. That's so unnecessary. I don't know who the fuck was a dick to write that down. By the way, her weight of 1 and 2 is unknown. She's fat. Listen. You can't be asking a fine lady their weight, okay? That's rude. What's wrong with you? Like, trying to find a young maiden's weight is such a rude thing to do. I like the first 2 ascension is Earth, but the 3rd ascension is Europe. So good. So good. Olga is too heavy to smash. That's false. She's never too heavy to smash. That just means you lack discipline. Implying Europe is not from Earth? Sure, if you want to interpret it that way. Hey, man, if you want to interpret it that way, sure. Sure. Europe is outside Earth, noted. Yes. If you want to interpret it that way. Best part is that her stats and agility is E. Yeah, she's dog shit. You know that. She's a thick girl. You know? And so you guys didn't see it, but I did it offline. The first thing I did was to bring her to Singularity F and beat the shit out of the skeleton. Her weight is described in her profile as Grand Marie. Yeah, I know. Once you beat Olga-chan, Olga-chan, you'll get the thing, because you all, if you don't know, fucking you Olga is, like I don't know what to tell you, right? It's like, how do I say this without spoiling anything? Yeah, she's fucking Carudeus. Hello? Rich girls don't exercise very often. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. The attack nerf she got from LB7 is insane. True. By the way, 3rd Ascension is a Giga spoiler. Well, yeah, I mean, any Ascension is a Giga fucking spoiler. Didn't you guys read the fucking interview? She's not supposed to come in here till like the very end. Like, her existence is an entire spoiler. Simultaneously, once the story is over, she'll probably have like another profile length of Castoria. Okay. Alright. I need to finish reading this. Now that I finished reading some of it while we were discussing, it's time. Time to record the final 3 segments and go to fucking bed or eat dinner. Does Matsubiri become a better parent since Olga became a god, or is he still a shitty parent? He's a shitty parent, okay? There's no redeeming quality of him being a, like, there is no, you cannot redeem Matsubiri. But you also can't hate Matsubiri. Because he did what he did But also, he fucked up Olga because of this. This entire process fucked Olga. But I like Olga because I'm an Olga simp. She's not real, but it is what it is. All right, let's start the translation. Welcome to part... What part am I, Chan? I don't even know anymore. Like part 5? Part 4? 3? 4, 5, 6? I think we're in part... 6? I think we're in part 6. So we're going to be talking about Anniversary Servant Olga Murray, and Ascension 3rd is a what if. So, the interviewer specifically asks, can you give us a setting reasons and why Olga Murray was chosen as an anniversary? So, Nasu answers, it says, where else will we put her out? Isn't it not this year and nowhere else? It says we did our very best in order for this servant to come out. We did our very best up till now, right? It says ここ以外ありえないでしょう。このサーベントを出すために今まで頑張ってきたと言っても過言ではないので。Nasu is saying that she needed to come out in the 10th anniversary. We practically played FGO to practically see Olga Murray to become servant. And that's why we worked so hard to this point, to an extent, you can even say. Takeuchi goes, every anniversary servant, we always think hard for it for certain. Right? 周年サーバントはいつもすごく悩んでます。チーム内で喧嘩とか論議するのですが、今回は10年だからこそ選択はあまり多くありませんでした。It says here, every anniversary servant, we always come to, bicker, fight, and have an entire meetings and discussions. But because this was the 10th year, there was not a lot of options to come forward to. It says, by the way, we had another candidate in mind, but after a lot of checkups and possibilities, we came to the conclusion that having Olga Murray would be the better result. From Nasu's word, Nasu said she's going to be involved in the final chapter, so whether we give her before or after, I'm still thinking, was the conversation we had beforehand. At the moment, there was a time where we decided to give her after, but in the very end, we came to the conclusion and a decision that we should give Olga as an anniversary servant before the final chapter. It says, Nasu continues saying, both have their merits and their demerits. If we put him the after, everybody would be happy, but the final chapter is already over. And if we were to put her before the final chapter, even though while we're continuing forward, it'd still be wrapped in mystery. But by giving her forward, the details of the final chapters will most likely be shown, and people who get it will probably get it, is the problematic that we kind of had. And so the interviewer goes, will we get any more Beast? So, yeah, the interviewer specifically asks, hey, Mr. Nasu, are we going to get any more Beast anytime soon? right? And Nasu specifically says, I specifically stated, right? ビーストは凡人類から出さないと、こうした以上は It says, yeah, I specifically told you that in proper human history, right? It's, like I publicly announced pan-human, right? Pan-human history / proper human history. Beast ain't coming out. I've said it publicly. But yeah, people might say I'm misdirecting people. ビーストは凡人類から出さないよってこう言ってした以上はただキノコそれは方向演授じゃと突っ込まれてしまうかも。So yeah, it's essentially Nasu wanted to answer it the same way he did 2-3 years ago, I think it was. But he already knows that it's a misdirection, right? Because technically, to this day, only pan-human history / proper human history, Beast is Draco. Because Beast Ereshkigal doesn't count, and Unbeast certainly doesn't count. And she is technically the Beast of FGO and not the proper human history. And so Nasu's just like, maybe Beast, but no proper human history Beast, okay? AKA pan-human history Beast. It says, okay, can you tell us more about the class name? And Nasu goes, this is Unbeast. Yes. Unbeast is a beast class that's not a beast. We had an idea says we can make a president class. That was definitely part of the criteria. But after further discussion, we honestly came to the idea that Unbeast was the better option. Tashkari, Tashkari, yeah, Bendi desu na. Right? So Nasu doesn't want to talk about the beast because, he's conveniently twisting his words right there. And then simultaneously, the reason why it's called Unbeast is because it's a beast that's not a beast. She is a beast, but she is a class that's not a beast. First, the idea of being a president class was a thing, but we just straight up honestly went Unbeast. And then Takeuchi says, yes, very convenient. And then the interviewer asked, what about the class score for the Unbeast? 本来はこの子にクラススコアは存在しないのですが、ある技を使われるようになります。It says, in actuality, the girl, right, the beast and the unbeast will not have a class score prepared for them. But using a backdoor technique, but yeah, utilizing the back door, you can do it. For those people who stick by on that stupid 4 scenarios, you would open up a path to the Unbeast. It says, if you pulled Olga and have not pulled the stupid quest, right? The stupid scenario, aka the Olga Murray quest, right? I highly recommend you immediately go clear it. It'll benefit you very soon. Beast が特別な存在であることは FGO が始まった時から那須さんがずっと言ってきたことでもあります。なんなら副召喚にも含めません。オンラインの召喚ではないということは厳したる毅然のルールですからね。グランドサーバントとはビーストと戦うためにあるものですから。グランドビーストは存在しないので、もうアンビーストにするしかない。 So, yeah, it's essentially Takeuchi says Beast is a very special existence that has been set in stone ever since the beginning of FGO. Nasu has constantly stated as such. It was so important and special that we came to the conclusion that we didn't add during GSSR. It is a character that normally you cannot summon. Yeah, that was kind of the ironclad rule at the moment. Right, it was the strict rule, right? Strict rule back in the day, El Clasica. Because after all, grand servants are created in order to fight a beast, after all. And then Nasu said, since there is no grand beast, our only option was to make her unbeast. And Nasu then the interviewer goes, are you saying that if you make an unbeast, you can choose them as a grand servant? And then Nasu elaborates, saying, adding the unbeast into the class score. And in order to make a beast turn into unbeasts, it requires you to have the 4-piece of the U Olga medal. And by combining the 4-piece together to get the presidential medal, in order to make that happen. So in order to grand Sodom Beast Draco or Space Ereshkigal to the grand status, you're gonna need the power of this medal to add them into the class score and change their class name specifically. That's the whole gimmick. So it's essentially, if you have the Olga piece, you can make a beast into an unbeast. Olga Murray just came in already as unbeast, which already tells you funny things. So the logical thought process that Nasu has is that using the the presidential medal, you can turn a beast into unbeast and add them into the beast class score, aka make them your grand, right? Quote unquote. It says, can we get the design? Yeah, can we talk about Olga's design now that you've explained the coin gimmick? Takeuchi specifically says it has to do with a summer event. 夏のイベントにも関連しているので、第一はご令状というある白いワンピースのようなデザインにしました。It says because it has to involve in a summer event, right? So already confirms here that Olga Murray will participate in the summer event. She's not a summer servant, but she will participate in a summer event. It says we come to the idea that the first ascension was going to be a princess, right? Princess slash what's the word? Ladylike. I think that's the word, right? Jore, you know, the Reijokan. Reijokan is like high class lady, right? High class lady, very fancy, and utilizing her white one piece as her design cover. 遊園地に来たお嬢様みたいなイメージですね。So it's essentially Nasu trajectory says that she's like in the summer resort, right? She's kind of in the summer resort, summer retreat area. Princess, a very refined lady in a summer resort. That was the image we went for. Ascension 2 was definitely tilted towards you, Olga Murray. Takeuchi says elements, aka the 4 different elements of Olga Murray, had a lot of screen time and impact. So I knew that I had to change her second ascension a little bit, or else the freshness would be lacking. So during the designing of the second ascension, I did tweak things here and there. And we knew that the fan desire not just you, Olgamuri, but OG Olgamuri as well. And so the third ascension was essentially drawn specifically thinking for Olgamuri. The third ascension, Olgamuri's first few FGO's craft essence limited/0 over, which by the way, that is essentially a what if story of Shiro, right? Like that one looked like Shiro becoming more mature, right? But that's not really the case. That's essentially a what if Shiro just kind of like really honed on his skills of a what if. Third ascension is what if Olga just locked in and fucking was able to pop off. So yeah, that is the third ascension Olgamuri of what if, as drawn. So the what if concept is, what if Olgamuri was successful, or aka was able to stand on her own, right? To kind of just accomplish things. Right, it's the what if Olgamuri achieved great success as a concept. Noble Phantasm amazing as well, so I hope you all enjoy it. Then the interviewer asked, please talk about the differences that you did for the second ascension. Nasu goes, the design basic concept are practically the same, but during you Olga phase and as her enemy, we wanted to make sure that she came in as a space kaiju, a space monster motif. So we added a couple of additional designs here and there to make her look like more of a space monster, and that has been quote unquote additionally updated to more of a different design. 面積を増やして正義感のある見た目に。And then Takeuchi interjects saying that we've added additional clothing layers and here and there and cloth to kind of add more justice-like feeling, right? でも彼女は明るく楽しいキャラクターのそのままなので、so Nasu goes, but she is a fun-loving, happy-go character. And her characteristic hasn't been touched. If you like you Olgamuri, I highly recommend keeping it to the second ascension. The interviewer specifically states the fact that you can enjoy in many different ways is the most fantastic part. And then Nasu goes, that's right. The first ascension is the very serious foreign planet god, right? And the second ascension, the you Olgamuri that's always uppity. And last but not least, the Olgamuri that has accomplished great success. The sheer fact that for one character, we created roughly about 3 different character personality. The amount of work was insane. As expected of 10th anniversary, I'm gonna die. Parentheses, lol. Beast という特別な存在をどう扱うかは難しくて、グランドクラスにするかどうかもかなり悩みました。開発チームもさすがに無理だろうと思っていたんですよ。ナスさんがビーストはありえないよと言って終わりだろうと。でも、それは彼女の強い思いを超えて、ユーザーに対して自覚はありません。So it says, yeah, Takeuchi says, Beast is such a special existence. It's also very difficult that how you should treat them. And we definitely coddled our heads when it comes to the grand class system and how we could implement that. Even the development team says this is going to be impossible. Is the very first thought process, and even after a subtle discussion. Everybody thought that Nasu would say it would be impossible for Beast to have such a thing and end the conversation and that'll be over with. But if that is the case, it is not loyal. It is not loyal slash it is not fair, and it is not justice. Right? For the Olga fans, aka the users who had strong feelings for Olga slash you Olga slash foreign god, foreign planet god. And so Nasu says, by the way, I was hiding that thought process while thinking like that in secret, the way to utilize the presidential medal. After all, using that medal, who knows what sort of miracles they can perform. It says Takeuchi interjects saying, yes, during a company meeting and during a quote-unquote discussion, when Nasu specifically talked about this gimmick, everybody came to an understanding. Oh, so that was the medal was for. And Nasu goes, I wonder what you guys were collecting it for in the first place, huh? Parentheses, lol. 何のために集めていると思ったんだ、君たちは。Lol. So Nasu was just like, what did you guys think that you were collecting all 4 pieces for? Question mark. Parentheses, lol. Right, Nasu's doing a little trolling there. A little trolling Nasu. And it's just like, what did you think the medal was for? It obviously felt like it was a welfare gimmick. Obviously. 大統領メダルとアンビーストは様々な一景が一気に回収される瞬間を目の当たりにしているような感じでした。It says Takeuchi ends this video by saying the president medal and the unbeast. It almost feel like a lot of the quote unquote problem was solved in one fell swoop, and I witnessed it in front of my eyes. It was amazing, right? So it's essentially the presidential beast and unbeast felt like all the plot points that they needed to cover got restored in one fell swoop. Because they were thinking about how they were going to grand beast, and people were kind of panicking, and then Nasu's just like, hey, presidential coin, you can unbeast the beast and implement them into a beast class score, which would allow you to make them into a grand beast, grand unbeast, more likely. So not even the devs knew what the medal was for. Yes, it was a Nasu secret special. But that concludes the quote-unquote Olga Murray Ascension interview. Make sure you guys like, comment, and subscribe. And what do you think? What is your favorite Ascension for Olga Murray? Mine's personally 1 and 3 and 2, obviously. Don't get me twisted. I love you, Olga Murray. But I do love Ascension 1 Olga just because she's pretty. And then Ascension 3 Olga is the what if Olga. Essentially very successful Olga that we all wanted. But hey, what do you think? I'll see you guys in the next video. TTFN, ta-ta for now. Oh, fuck. I got 2 more, chat. Holy shit. Hey, yeah, it's funny because Olga Murray owns the island, by the way. It's an independent, democratic island, all right? Listen. It's an island while you, Olga Murray, is the president, which means that we're probably gonna get you, Olga Murray, as a swimsuit. And even though she's not a summer servant, she'll most likely get 100% buff. And she'll probably get a costume that makes her summer. Which is fucked. Because then that means they have to give us 2 fucking swimsuits. Because 1 for Ascension 1 and 2 and 1 for Ascension 3. Because it's bullshit that if I have to wear Ascension 3, it's bullshit that I have to wear a swimsuit and I can't choose the Ascension power. See, the problem is Koenshaku is part of the 103 or 108 star alignment bullshit. And if they want to add a foreigner, star alignment bullshit's kind of like the perfect shenanigans. I can see a part 2 summer. Okay, let's start it out. Welcome to video number 7. I think it's 7. And we're going to be talking about the swimsuit shenanigans. This year, swimsuit event is a comedy. Original island is the location at play. So, first and foremost, they're talking about the, can you tell us about the Famitsu front cover design and what happened and what kind of concept was the key images? Takeuchi says the image was the going on a journey or still on a journey, right? Still on a journey. Tabi no tochu. AKA on the way, right? On the way to the journey. Just like the 8th anniversary PV, right? Just like all the heroic spirits gathered around like stars, I wanted that scene to be utilized, and I wanted the scene to be utilized and kind of use that as a essentially basic materials to make it look familiar. It's almost as if カルディアのメンバーが飛んでいく星を見上げているような。It's almost as if the Karudea members are flying through the stars, stargazing. All the Karudea members are stargazing about all the stars and enjoying. Simply put, they're just looking at the starry night, or aka starry sky, but that star is a heroic spirit. I hope those nuance kind of adds up and gets that feeling of a vibe. So if you don't know, they're specifically talking about the very front cover. I don't know if I can showcase it on time. 1, 2, 3. Remember that, chat. 1, 2, 3. So if you don't know, they're specifically talking about the front page and the back cover of Famitsu. They're saying that these individual things are like stars, and these stars are like servants. And FGO/Karudea is watching over them, right? I'm so glad it went to the fucking end of the chapter. That's so awesome, actually. But yeah, like you can see the Karudea stargazing the stars and whatnot, and each individual star kind of is represented as a servant going on that journey, right? Karudea is always about the observation, so it's just a nice little touch that Takeuchi was able to pull off there. I hope you got that nuance. Okay. And so the interviewer asked, by the way, swimsuit event 2025. What year, what topic are we going for specifically this year? And then Nasu goes, a summer event equals a resort island on a vacation on a specific, specific resort on, certain worlds in certain areas, right? That is usually the go-to. However, we've already been to Dubai. And because we've been to Dubai, there are no more candidate location that's better than Dubai in a weird way. So this time we created an original island as the stage, and enjoy a fun little adventure. Is the plan. Just as a reminder, that island is Dictatorship Island. Parentheses, lol. So it's either we're gonna get Summer Elizabeth because it's dictatorship, right? We're gonna get the El Presidente Elizabeth, or we're gonna get the El Presidente Murray, just for shits and giggles. And then the interviewer says, so with that, Olga Murray will be, the Olga Murray will come in. So I'm going to tell you this. If Elizabeth shows up in summer, we're going to get a foreigner event. Right off the bat. Like, right behind summer event, we're going to get a foreigner event. The interviewer says, with Olga Murray now involved, it's going to be a silly little circumstances occurring. Will there be a sudden change? Yeah, will there be a subtle subtle change in the second half? Sort of that surprise gimmick were to occur. So Mr. Interviewer, right? The Mr. Interviewer is such an intelligent man that he literally set up a question that says, hey, this is gonna be crazy and fun with Olga Murray involved, right? And at the half of the event mark, right, after the first week of the event is over, the second half of the week, will there things change and will there be a surprise? Right? And then Nasu answers, it's a simple story. Yeah. It says, no, it's a simple story before the final chapter. The incident and the location and the mastermind is a little different. It's a lot more comedic. I says, please do understand that the servants this time around are ecstatic. Hachaketeru, right? So, like, and whatchamacallit? Nasu warned you that the noble phantasm, please don't use it in the main story. Wait, Hogue も間違ってもメインストーリーのボスで使わないでというくらいの最後は直接ですね。It says the noble phantasm that you're going to see, don't mistake it and use it in the main story boss fight. That's how silly it is. Parentheses, lol. It is the last, it is the last, or slash, this is the last crazy one, right? This is the last crazy one. Shenanigans. Hachake is, crazy, if not, like, out there. Right, out there. And then the interviewer asked, can we talk about the swimsuit servants? Then Nasu goes, male Tezuka Toripoka, Hajime-chan, and Cass Nikki, aka male Tezuka Toripoka, Saito Hajime, and Kufu Lancaster. Those are the three. They all are very adulty feelings, don't they? Takeuchi goes, whenever it comes to Tezuka Toripoka, we asked Tajima, teacher Tajima, right, to design it as freely as possible. The only criteria we gave teacher Tajima, as long as it looks cool, it is a-okay. And that's the order we've got. Whenever it comes to the tattoo section, we definitely went in a little bit detailed in the conversation. Nasu answers, I was asked if Tezuka Toripoka can have a modern age tattoo. Knowing that person, aka Tezuka Toripoka, he loves modern age, so I think you'll probably get away with it perfectly fine. And that's what I straight up answered with, parentheses lol. And as expected, a wonderful design, well done. Yeah, I enjoyed Wild Gunman. It is pretty funny. He's I don't know if he's gonna be like super out of place or it's just gonna be a cowboy in desert in a dictatorship land. The interviewer asked, why did you not pick Lancer but Caster Kufulan? Takeuchi definitely said, FGO wise, I believe it's a lot more closer and a lot more comfortability. It's essentially you feel close, right? It's essentially more familiar, right? It's in FGO wise, giving Caster Ku the Aloha shirt or Aloha shirt is a little bit more familiar feelings. And that's probably what people want. And so we went for that direction. Nasu answers, when it comes to Kufulan, Kufulan Lancer Aloha t-shirt, I know a lot of people wanted it as well, but this time we picked Caster Nikki. The interviewer asked, who is the welfare servant? Do we have a welfare servant? Nasu answers, that is correct. We have Koenshaku. Illustrator の鳥田門のさんにapproval rating high Koenshaku. Yeah, aka Nasu literally just asked to create a ethot. Yeah, it's essentially Nasu said it's Koenshaku illustration. The illustrator who draws Koenshaku, I told him specifically a Koenshaku that just seeks a super amount of approval ratings, right? On social media type. Please. And when I asked him that, the design came in such wonderfully that it went over my expectations. And then Takeuchi goes, speaking of Koenshaku, anniversary made outfit definitely was popular as well. Ah, みんながもらって素直に嬉しい。可愛い。何を話しても面白いですからね。実際今回の夏のイベントは FGO コエン尺の全てが詰まっていると言ってかっこいいではありません。So yeah, it's just, Nasu ends this segment specifically saying that everybody can have it. Since everybody can have it, I'm genuinely happy. And she's very cute. Says anything about her, 何を話しても面白いですけど, yeah, anything about her is practically pretty hilarious. Oh, by the way, right? By the way, this summer event, this summer event is going to have everything that FGO and Koenshaku has to offer, and it's one of those, in this summer event, FGO Koenshaku is going to do some next level shit. So I hope you're ready. このイベント、この夏のイベントには FGO Koenshakuの So I don't know if the FGO Koenshaku is a typo or it's just straight up FGO, FGO's everything is in there. I don't know if we got a typo on the Koenshaku here, but But essentially, it's saying that this year's summer event, FGO is gonna be lit. Everything about FGO slash Koei and Shaku is gonna be stuffed in there. So, I believe that concludes the summer event. Next one is the final chapter, so I'm gonna drink a lot of water and then translate the final chapter, which is the what's after season 2, the future that has been quote unquote entrusted to the user's hands. So give me in a comment below, are you excited for the summer events? Are you gonna be gotching for them? Do you think we'll have 2 SSRs or the 3 legendary SSRs? It's definitely up to you guys. Tell me in the comment section below. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. I'll see you in the next video. Peace. All right, I got one more to do. One more to do. All right, let me go get something to snack. And then we shall finish it once and for all. I feel like there's a typo. I feel like it's supposed to say this year's summer event is going to have everything FGO has to offer instead of FGO Koenshaku has to offer. I could be trifling. All right. Are you all ready for the final chapter? My goodness. By the way, it is interesting the sheer fact that we are at 2025 and final chapter, right? Final chapter is not done. It's still work in progress. And we have 4 months left before this shit is done. Chat, one day I'm gonna get one of my friend to watch FGO Camelot. One day. We don't know for sure. because he wants to watch it, but I have to babysit his ass because he has a ADHD slash TikTok brain. So my boy will get distracted like a squirrel on a speed set. No problem. Instantly satisfied. Instantly distracted. He's cut. He's TikTok brained. Alright. Let's get this final chapter going. I feel like the Coke doesn't have enough soda anymore. Anywho, welcome to the final chapter, the final segment of Takeuchi and Nasu Kirako's interview. It is going to be, the title is the what happens after season 2 ending and the future that's been entrusted to the users. Let us start, shall we? Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. And here we go. Talking about season 2 final chapter. Anything that you guys want to talk about or excite and hype and add additional things to? Right, desires and enthusiasms and other hype up words. So Nasu says straight up, we're still in development, but we're going to conglomerate all these stories' questions, and it will be a final chapter that answers all the questions and reach to a understandable ending, right? That everybody can agree to. By adding also additional entertainment value and continue moving it forward. Right? So if I were to reread it like that, yeah, he's gonna get all the final chapters summed up, right? Final chapter is gonna be everything. It's a story that's gonna sum up shit, and they're working on an ending that everybody can be satisfied on. Nasu do be feeling the greatest pressure he's ever felt, but if he can overcome it, he can finally relax and play Elden Ring Night Raid. I have to do my best. And Takeuchi answers. It says, please do understand that FGO had a has a main story, and this main story has an end. That is the first and last thing that we've constantly hit the nail to the ground to. And thatいや、これはプレイヤーの皆さんがゲームクリアという目的に向かって遊んでくださる前提としていたからです。As this was already a precursor of that every single player would reach a game clear as a large objective. Kono shinen, right? This willpower, this quote unquote belief, this devotion is something that we can pull off, and it is also something that the development team has been holding for this entire time. As a person who has involved themselves in this game for 10 years, we want to lead, we want to guide, we want to create a pathway to the final objective, right? The quote unquote, the goalpost that we've always been talking about. And I sincerely hope a lot of the people can experience the final chapter together. Okay. And then Nasu goes,第1部の総称では他のソーシャルゲームが同じ楽しみをする前に一番同じ試しする前に一番目にやったトロフィーを僕らの手にという野望を持っていました。第2部もこれと同じモチベーションをやっています。And so Nasu says, at the end of the chapter of season 1, we were able to grab the first trophy to do what we did within our hands compared to the other social games. And before the other social video games are going to try to copy and replicate what we're about to do, I want to have that same ambition and same mentality to season 2 as well. And that motivation is still there and still high. So essentially, before we go to the new question, interviewer guy says, final chapter, enthusiasms, anything you want to hype up, anything you guys want to talk about. Nasu specifically says we're currently still creating it, right? Still cooking, still working on it. But he is going to do his very best to create a story that everybody can be satisfied with an ending and an answer, a final chapter that can answer all the questions. And on top of that, add new mechanics and gimmicks so y'all can be entertained. He is feeling the hardest and largest pressure that he's ever felt in his life, but after he overcomes it, he is ready to play Elden Ring Night Rain. He says, I probably can play it. And then Nasu says, I gotta do my best. Takeuchi goes, FGO had a main story that already had a very ending to the very beginning. And we've been kind of staking that concept down. This is after all the players, all the players that's playing in front of you knows that there's going to be a game clear as an objective. This belief in this, quote unquote thought process is something that they also embody as well. And as a development team and group, they've been walking it for 10 years. 自分たちしかできないことという開発陣でもありました。10年間このゲームに関わって身として最初に目指した目的地まで最高の形で皆さんを導きたいと思っています。It says, yeah, it's been 10 years this game has been, I've been involved in this game, that we are able to finally bring forward the objective location that we were reaching from the very beginning. And I would like to lead you all there in the most amazingly as possible. If possible, as many people as we can. Let us all enjoy the final chapter together, is my wish. And then Nasu specifically goes, at the final chapter of season 1, we had the feeling of able to accomplish something for the very first time that no social games, aka other gacha games, were able to pull off before they started copying or taking our style. That is technically our ambition this year as well. Same motivation. I'm excited for season 2. Final chapter. And the interviewer asks a really good question. It says, by the way, will this include Singularity F? Will the final chapter really solve all the mysteries? Then Nasu goes, besides a certain blank, right? Besides the certain gap / blank, main story mystery will all be solved. That's right. You've heard it there. Main story mystery will all be solved. Besides that blank / gap. And then Takeuchi goes, last but not least, I do want to apologize to our user base. And the Mr. Interview goes, what's wrong? So due to this year's schedule, event schedules and shenanigans out of control, due to multiple changes and adjustments, we had to bump one of the servant silhouette promised one of the servant silhouettes promised that was going to come this year. One of the servants is going to get bumped out into 2026. And Nasu goes, if one just gets left behind, it'll be quite silly and people will think that he'll become a last boss or something. And then Takeuchi continued, please do understand that if there is one more servants left in the silhouette and it hasn't come out, they will come out next year. Please do remember that. Yeah, if you can remember that, that'd be greatly appreciated. Nasu answers, there might be a lot of comments and jokes and gags about, so there is a next year. But now that, due to the fact that we have until November, right? Until November to have pickups, aka pickup servants, right? Pickup rate up servants. If that is the case, once you summon them, I would like to have a Valentine Day event and their own little Valentine fruition. No matter what shape or form it may be, please do understand that it will continue for certain until Valentine. And then Mr. Interviewer goes, but we don't know anything further than that, perhaps? Nasu answers, by the way, we will do the Valentine, but how, when, and topics are completely in darkness. Simultaneously, how are they going to currently pull it off, right? It says the new characters' voices, additional episode. Don't worry, it's going to happen for each individual servant as well. So essentially, Nasu is saying they're gonna do Valentine. We don't know what's going to happen. It's in darkness. Even if we were going to do it, what's the direction? What's the plan? What's the plot? But please don't worry. Every character will have a voice-added episode for certain. And then the interviewer, Mr. Interviewer specifically says, after the final chapter is over and everything started to calm down, do you think you can get a day off or a payday off to take a break, perhaps? Nasu looks at the interviewer and says, if there's such hope, Phil, if this future has such hope, please do let me know. And look at my face. I won't look like this if the future had that much hope in there. My face looks like a zombie and have no hope. Parentheses laugh. But within these 10 years, everybody, and I mean everybody, has supported me, and everybody has supported all of us, and so I know that this is no longer just my problem. I'm not going to be saying the end, goodbye. That's not happening. I sincerely think an aftercare is always required, and how this game ends, I will let the user's hand decide. It's essentially aftercare も必要でしょうし、このゲームがどう終わるかもユーザーの手に委ねたいと思っています。So yeah, how this game ends will be up to the player base, right? The interviewer goes, what do you mean by user's hand and their base? Nasu answers, ここで終わるなんて許さないぞとか、もっと続けてほしいという声があったら無視できません。スタッフの方もまだ続けたいのであれば、タイムーンの一存をやめるとは言えないんですよ。So, interviewer asked the question, what do you mean by that? It says, if there's a lot of voices that says, I won't forgive you if you end it here, or I want you to continue. If there's a lot of those voices, then we will not be ignoring it. If any staff member also wants to continue it as well, we Type Moon just can't say we quit right off the bat, can't we? But Takeuchi interjects in saying, but we will definitely be a lot more calmer compared to how stressed we are now. So ですね。やらなくてはいけない。ことが始まってから、ストライクボールがきちっとミットに入ってくれた。あとは延長戦試合というか、もう勝利も敗北もない。とりあえず最後の1球をどう綺麗に決めるかが大きな山場だかなと。それはスタッフにとってもユーザーにとってもそうですし、ここに残るもの何かなのがなんか終わったねとなってしまうのか。So Nasu says, I think so too, right? Because Takeuchi specifically stated that once the final chapter is over, FGO will calm down, right? Just at least a bit after final chapter is over, after everything's all over, after all the hype, all those shenanigans happens. Takeuchi saying that once all that's done, we're probably gonna, take a relaxer, one rank down on the peace. それでもさすがに一段階をつく calm, right? One step calmer. Nasu specifically goes, I do agree. やらなくてはいけないことが初めからあって、we had a job to do, or we had something to do from the very get-go. If this strike ball that I throw would hit the mitt of my quote-unquote guard, hit the mitt, right? Essentially. If the strike ball hits the mitt, now it's going to be a extended battle. There is no longer a reason for winning or losing. It says, now I'm thinking of how I can throw this one last, I say bullet, but it's a ball, right? He's got a baseball. holding it tight. And how beautiful and how far will he will it turn out to be? とりあえず最後の一球をどう綺麗に決めるか大きな山場だとか、それはスタッフにとってもユーザーにとってもそうです。So essentially he's saying that I've got a one final, straight ball, strike zone ball that needs to be striked. How this last strike is definitely going to be the big problem that we're going to be facing later down the line. It's just that definitely relies on staff and the user base as well. Will this quote unquote final chapter will something that'll be ingrained in your heart, or will have it people saying it kind of ended? 終わらせるか終わらせないという志望というユーザーの声はどのような度量で判断してるんでしょうか? So, interviewer asked, what's your criteria? How are you trying to vote this, or how are you trying to come up with a conclusion of hearing the voices of the users to decide? Nasu specifically goes SNS, which is the social media, aka social network site, social media, right? だがどうしても対応はすぐにできないと思いますが、できるだけ速攻にいろいろ状況をして進めています。So Nasu specifically says, however, we won't be able to quote unquote solve the problem right off the bat. We'll do it as fast as possible. Yeah, we'll do it as fast as possible with many いろいろな事情をあえて進んでいってる。So essentially, Nasu says, hey, if you want your voice heard, say FGO's not over. Give me more story in SNS. Yeah, it's essentially they're not going to respond as quickly as you guys are tweeting or, fast watching TikTok and whatnot. But they'll do their very best to fix the problem if it were to occur anywhere, anytime. 多くのがいわゆる終章を遊んでくれたということそのものがユーザーの意思であろうというふうにも思います。It says most of it, right? Most of it determines on how many people of the user base plays the final chapter. いわゆる最終章を遊んでくれたということそのものがユーザーの意識であろうというふうに思っています。So essentially, Takeuchi is saying that if you want your voices heard, if you want to FGO to not, if you want FGO to continue, y'all need to get to the final chapter because the a lot more final chapter masters, have reached that goal. It is definitely going to be determined, right? The how many people that is finished Ordeal Call 4 and ready for the final chapter will be considered as a vote. 多くの方がいわゆる推奨を遊んでくれたということそのものがユーザーの意識であろうというふうに思います。So Takeuchi says, if you want my opinion, play FGO. Final chapter. Let's do it. Let's get to it. During December 20th, we're probably going to get a official determination of how many people slide it into the event, I bet. And,最終章も FGO もまだ続くと思うんですが、やりたいことはSo it says, I know for a fact that FGO will still continue after the final chapter ends, but what things do you want to do afterwards? まだ続くと思うのですが、it says, yeah. After the final chapter's ending, I know for a fact that FGO will still continue, but what other things would you like to do? Nasu straight up says, hey, I want to play Night and Ring, okay? Parentheses lol. But please do understand that I'm not going to just throw away the 10 years of support and appreciation that you've all have given me. これまでの在愛をさらに完成していきたいですね。So that, Nasu wants to, quote unquote, use his asset, right, over time. And they want to, quote unquote, restart, if not jumpstart, the Type Moon projects that has been halted. Takeuchi says, 忙しかにかまけてやってこなかった。It says, yeah. House cleaning, house maintenance, maintenance on maintenance. I asked to do a lot of maintenance around the house, right? So, due to FGO being the forefront, a lot of things that I have been putting it into the back burner. For an example, my quote-unquote development environment, and my dev environment and my operation environment has definitely stopped updating, and a lot of the equipments are old. I need to update it / I need to get more new. There's a lot of things to talk about, but I really don't want to think about it. So to kind of TLDR this last few segments, right? Whenever people say giving the user's hand, right, and let the users decide, Nasu says on social media, right, on social media, make sure you guys say, I'm not going to forgive you if this ends right here or continue it more, right? He's not going to ignore it if there is abundant amount of those voiced out throughout the social media. Because he's specifically saying that Type Moon can't just, up and quit. That's not right, and that's crazy. Then Takeuchi says, however, after the final chapter, everything's going to slow down significantly. Which is maybe for certain. And then Nasu kind of talks about like how a pitcher needs to throw his last strike ball into the mitten, and then afterwards, anything after that is a quote unquote extended rage, which there was no losers or there's no losers or winners. Just Nasu's gonna do his very best to throw that one last baseball, and how elegantly and pretty and awesome it becomes will definitely be the final count. That also includes staff members and user members. It'll something to be remembered in the bottom of your heart, or it'll just say, it kind of ended. Yeah, Nasu says SNS, aka social media network, is going to be Nasu's vote. While Takeuchi specifically says the sheer amount of people that participates in the final chapter will most likely be the indication if FGO will continue or not. And then afterwards, Nasu really wants to play Elden Ring Night Rain. Lol. He wants to utilize his assets to, start Type Moon projects once more. After all, they put it in the back burner because they were running FGO. And then Takeuchi got a lot of shit to clean. He's a dirty boy due to the fact that, he has to clean out the house. He has to, quote unquote, repair some things. And due to the fact that FGO took so much priority, that they've decided to not do those things. And then it says, my environment of making art and other development things are ancient, aka they are outdated, so he wants to get a new one. But that concludes a little bit of a final chapter of Mr. Nasu and Mr. Takeuchi. So make sure if you want FGO to be Bing Chillin even after the 11th year and onward, make sure you finish the main story. Okay, make sure you finish the main story. Make sure you go to Ordeal Call 4 and finish it all the way as much as you can. Thank you guys so much for coming. Greatly appreciate it. I hope you guys enjoyed it. My goodness, it was quite the long readerino cappuccino. Make sure you write in the comment down below. I'll probably get a lot of questions. I do not mind answering them. Just as always, I will see you all tomorrow or the next video. Peace. Oh, fuck. Low-key, I might have to reread this and record it again. The final segment part, at least. I just feel like Nasu just be trolling. Nasu kind of trolling, chat. I don't understand. But, who knows? We'll find everything out in the, quote-unquote, finale shenanigans. Will there be a new story? Yeah, probably. How long season 1 story? Season 1 took about 3 years, I think. Season 2 took about, what, 6, 8? That was a lot. Yeah, we're probably gonna have to have like a 6 months, 8 month of just quiet, and then we're gonna have like a story. You know how it is. It's always gotta be at December 31st because they gotta cook. No, to Catalyst a character. What does Ordeal Call story mean anyway? What do you mean, Power? That's such a vague fucking question. I'm curious what they mean by FGO will slow down. Well, like, they don't have a main story, right? Because Nasu is trying to say that this final chapter is going to solve all the FGO problems. Except the one that's open right now. Little blank. Besides the little blank and a little bit of a small, tiny, detailed horn, if you know, a hole. Besides that, the final chapter should cover, if not answer, all the questions. And it's going to be a surprise gimmick, which will most likely be a raid type system. If it's not a raid type system, it's going to be a hype as fuck. We'll ever see what we're going to do. So when FGO is going to slow down, we're probably going to get another EOR if they want to. If they do not want EOR, that's perfectly fine. Yeah. Think of it like maybe 8 months of just like no main story, perhaps. Right? So you'll still play the story, which is quote unquote FGO. right? You're gonna play the event story. After the event story, you got same character, but now in the actual normal Earth settings, perhaps. It could happen, but to be perfectly honest with you, anything normal Earth settings, Fate Strange Fake, and Elemaloid case file slash Adventurer of Elemaloid is already kind of doing that. And not gonna lie, after beating after beating season 2, Ritsuka is practically invincible. I would love to do some clock tower shenanigans. That would be cool. However, Chatterino Cappuccino, I am omega exhausted. I might have to retake this little side. What purpose? What purpose for Ordeal Call Story? So we can do Grand Servant. So we can do Grand Servant power. And, you know, enjoy what it means to have extra story. Yeah. Learn about extra class. Learn about a lot of things. But I am tired. I am exhausted. Oh, excuse me. I'm Audi 50. Hey, thank you guys so much for coming. Greatly appreciate it. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Tomorrow, I'm going to be doing my extra gland class. Dun, dun, dun. It's going to be extra gland class time. I'll see y'all later. Bye-bye. Also, I wanted to ask, I'm not sure if this was explained or am I just looking too much into it, but isn't Galahad looking a bit too much like our pro tag haircut and stuff, etc.? I mean, you can look at it like that, but you're looking too hard into it. It was just kind of a... They kind of was kind of a cut from the same cloth. So, you can think of that copium, right? But I'm gonna tell you, like, no relation. Galahad, Protag, no relation. Unless they pulled, Galahad away from Protag, which, like, you know, very similar to Gotea versus Solomon, don't you think? But take care of yourself, White Reaper. They do look alike because same people drew it. So, peace. Have a good night. Maybe.